double check I'm firing on all cylinders, make sure I close down any unnecessary programs. Okay, Twitch is firing. Let me check the YouTube stream, making sure that that's firing a nice level. Content. Live streams. No, this is not made for kids. I don't have an AI. I'm just adding tags to the stream right now at random. Just like for Axis Games, Civ 7. Civ 7. Add the game title. Make sure monetization is active. Let me save this change real quick. I want to take those advertisers' money. Monetization is on. Automatic. Automatic. We check the analytics. Okay, looking good. Now we want to check the stream itself. Checking our feeds. Okay, automatic. Feed looks good. Now we open up the dashboard. Dashboard looks good. Does turning off monetization turn off ads? Yes. Okay, RTMP is healthy. 1440p, 60 FPS should be good. All right, we're here. When are they going to add Israel and BB to Civ 7? I don't know. Depends on when they add the genocide leader pack. Anyway, let's go to the next age. We've got Joseon. We are going to stay playing as Joseon because I like playing as them. Now, this is going to mean that our abilities change in the next age. And, ooh, what points do we want to... What actual leader points do we want to take? Because we could take a diplomatic point, and that would really help with the happiness, which would mean a lot more celebrations. We have the Golden Age. Hey, Nate Maple. Thank you very much. Golden Age per age on the palace. That could be good. I would like another expansionist point. I think this extra yields in towns would really, really help. Because we only have a limited number of cities, so we want to get as much out of our towns as possible. On the militaristic side of things, I think we don't need a militaristic point. I think I would love an economic point. As I would love to get to the gold purchasing and better trade routes and stuff. This would be pretty nice. And so I think I'm going to go economic expansionist, although maybe diplomatic expansionist. I think I'll go diplomatic expansionist here. So the problem is it's just so good to go for these points that I never see a reason to go for any of these other things. I mean, this actually has like some synergy. Breastplate's pretty good. This is pretty good. I really do think Augustus Caesar synergizes really well with Joseon. So I'm going to switch this to a diplomatic point and we'll continue. Okay, so hey, Spuddies, Potato Big Whiskey here, and welcome to the Civilization 7 live stream where we're checking out update 1.4.2. Now, yesterday we live streamed the game as well as SunSin. We were playing as the Joseon in the Antiquity Age. Now we're going to be starting up the Exploration Age as Joseon, and we're going to go ahead and see how things shake out. The world wakes. Where once the settled empires stood as fortresses in a wild frontier, now there are networks of roads and towns. Where once the secrets of writing and metalworking were jealously guarded in walled cities, now all have the means to power. The world wakes and reaches out. It reaches out, it reaches out, it reaches out, and it reaches out. Who knows what that's from? It reaches out and it reaches out. Doors and corners, kid. Doors and corners. Can I get a literature check from the chat? Okay. From The Expanse. Good job. From some nerd book, I reckon. Mods? Mods, seize him. Seize him. Mods. Okay. Yeah, knew it. Well, you spelled knew it without the K, dummy. Okay. So we're starting off at a new age. We're at 8 out of 8 settlement limits. Let's have a look at what potential major triumphs we could go for. I don't think... I mean, if we look at the victory screens here, where are we doing really well? So we're coming 4th in culture. We're coming 5th in economic. We're coming 3rd in military and 6th in scientific. So we're not really doing well in anything. But I think our Antiquity Age, because we got to 8 settlements and we have a bunch of cities and we have really strong yields, we have a strong, relatively strong science, relatively strong culture. We're not like beating the AI yet, but we're in a good position. I'm going to pick up +1 happiness per age on the city and palace so they get more thingies. And then I'm going to pick up the extra 15 to 30% yields in towns with a specialization. So choosing our dedications. I like the idea of going for Tower of Babel. So +1 food on warehouse buildings and +2 on food buildings. This is like at minimum 3 to 5 food per city plus another 3. This could be like 8 food per city. Or 8 food per settlement in this age, which is really good. And then we could get additional growth. Like we could really supercharge our growth early game. Start with a couple of merchants. And then that gives us like really agnostic bonuses. Let's see. Found 6 settlements in distant lands. Combat strength for your lands in distant lands. I don't think I really care about that. We have Habsburgs at home. We could try to dominate our homeland. We could go for a military transition. We have a strong economic base, so what I'm thinking is, like, what if we went for non-sufficient orbis? Is that official content? We have Habsburgs at home? Yes. So I think, right? We could go for non-sufficient orbis, conquer and hold 6 settlements, which would set us up for a domination victory. Conquer and hold 8 settlements in the homelands. I don't know if we want to go for that. I do think that, like, when we're thinking about what we want to do in the next, like, we have to think about what's our victory condition here. Is it culture, economic, military, science? Those are our 4 choices of, like, what do we want to do? Do we want to even care about a victory condition, and do we want to just play? Do we want to lean very heavily into the science game? Do we want to lean heavily into this? I mean, if we take a look at what our civilization abilities point us towards, so like SunSin is very, very good at naval-based combat. You get science from killing enemy units with boats. When you construct science buildings, you get experience to your fleet commanders. You get gold for every experience earned by fleet commanders in combat. Then on the Joseon side of things, really good at building specialists. City limits. You can buy science and culture buildings. Their unique quarter gives 10% of its production as culture. If constructed in a town, the capital receives +1 population. Can be purchased in towns, can be built in the capital. Okay. Culture, happiness adjacency, science, production adjacency. Joseon are a modern civ. So rather than thinking about, like, when I'm thinking about triumphs, there's kind of 2 ways we can think about it. We can think about it like trying to synergize with our civilization's abilities, or we can think about going for a victory. So, like, synergizing with our civilization's abilities, enlightenment, clearly a good one. Master and Commander, this synergizes with civilization abilities. And the 3 field system would synergize as well. Alliances. Like, if we were going based on what our civilization is good at, we would go for 3 field system for all the growth from warehouse buildings. We would pick up Master and Commander for having a really strong fleet commander, and commanders get like +1 promotion. We would get enlightenment for specialist limit. These are things that work really well for us on terms of our thing. But don't we want to think about more about like a victory condition? What's our victory condition here? I'm genuinely lost as to what we should go for. I don't think we should go for cultural. Okay, so we've knocked that out. We could go for an economic. We could go for a military. I think these 3 are the ones that we could go for. Let me have a think. So on the cultural side of things, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 settlement limits in here, plus a settlement limit here. So we got 6 potential settlement limits. So we could go conquer 6 settlements over on the other continent. We don't have a lot of combat strength bonuses, which means maybe we're more likely to go for a passive settling game. I don't know if I'm going to go for the... I think I'm not going to go for military. So mentally here, it's between an economic and a scientific victory here. And... let me have a look at what our cultural abilities do and just see which one it points us towards. So cities receive +1 food and production on districts with at least 2 specialists. Oh, that's really good. Then syncretism. I don't know what our syncretic choices are. Let's have a look here. So we can reaffirm and go for Hermit Kingdom. We could go for the Abbasids. Let's see, +1 science to all specialists. That's really good. We've got Goryeo. This is... okay, so if I'm kind of like parceling these out, this is just good for celebrations, just generally good. Good for military. Good generally. Good for science. Good for tourism and production. Good for war. I think I will go for the Abbasids here. The unique quarter building would be useful in the couple of cities, especially from the science from specialists in the city. That's really good. We could go for Joseon Hermit Kingdom and get a bunch of pops. I'll go for either of these two. And so I don't think our stuff here points us in a victory condition just yet. Classical revival, adjacency for wonders, specialists. I do like Notre Dame. Food warehouse buildings, gain +1 adjacency for districts. Cool. Specialist limit in the capital, +1 culture from specialists, but it costs you more happiness. Kothon is able to be built in towns that are fishing towns. So I think we're going to go for an economic victory with a strong science and culture yield, because I haven't done an economic victory in a long time. So with that in mind, we're going to want to start building up our GDP. So let's have a look at what we could do in this age to give us GDP. So building gold buildings gives us +2 GDP per turn. City resources, +1 GDP per turn for each city and bonus resource assigned to a city, not a town, after researching the wheel. You get +1 GDP per turn for each resource imported via a trade route and assigned to a city, not towns. And you get 20 GDP per cargo for each return treasure convoy. Oh, I'm actually starting to think that this civ is not very good for a economic victory, because they have this city limit mechanic. And for an economic victory, you want lots of cities. And we can only have 2. We can still make that work because we have places like Horyong, I think, is still a really good city. This is actually a genuinely difficult decision about, do I want to go scientific or economic? I'm going to go for economic this game. I haven't done it before. Okay, let's choose our dedications. So with that in mind, I'm going to go for Tower of Babel. I'm going to go for 4 corners of the world. And I'm going to start with 2 merchants, as this will help us start moving along. I'm going to keep my capital in the same place. Boom. I'm going to keep none of my towns specialized for a little while. We have to choose production in Hanseong. First off, let's have a look at the trader potential here. Oh yeah, Ada Lovelace, that's a great trade route. I'm going to send my merchant there. I'm also going to try and reconcile with Ada Lovelace immediately and with Rome. I don't want people to declare war on me if I can avoid it, so I'm going to try to keep reconciliation going with these people. I really want diplomatic influence, quite a lot of it. The guild hall gives 6 influence per turn, so I would love to kind of build up towards that. So I might go cartography into guilds. In Hanseong, the bazaar would be worth 2 GDP per turn, which is pretty good. Plus resource capacity is also worth 1 GDP per resource we can fill. The stonecutter would be really good for production, and it would also mean that I could in theory, create a ageless spot right here. So yeah, let's create the ageless spot right here. In terms of resource assignments, where's my unassign all button? Trade routes. Okay, we got a bunch of possible trade routes. We've got empire bonuses, treasure. Okay. Let me just unassign. Like, what I want to be able to do is like shift click these to unassign them. Can I select multiple? No. Okay. So this is unit production, happiness, 15% gold. Let's put this in the capital. We'll put the happiness in here as well. Then this is where it's science and towns. I think I'm more interested in getting strong gold production in the early game. So I'm going to put my Kaori into my towns. Now Gaesong, I think is going... Ooh. Hold on. Which one is going to be Horiong? You know, I'm just going to turn you into a city now, so that we can get that done and we don't have to worry about this. I want to filter. Okay, cities are floating to the top anyway. That's perfect. We want to slot in resources into our cities because they will benefit. We get GDP for that. So I'm going to slot some elephants into the capital to get extra happiness. Make sure I put my Kaori into my towns. For... Wait a minute. Wrong way around. We want the Kaori and the Jade to be together. Sorry, I got that backwards. We want the gold, not the science. And then I'm going to slot a bunch of fish into my capital. Like so. And then I'm just going to stick fish in whatever connected settlements. Okay, perfect. This is exactly what we want. We should start generating a lot more GDP now. In terms of civics, we could go for economics. The Grand Bazaar. Let's see. +2 resource capacity in this settlement. +3 gold on Homeland's treasure resources. This is a really good gold production building. Now, we could also go for our Joseon Renaissance. But I think I'm going to go for economics first, because of the potential resource capacity and the extra gold income. Mercantilism is really strong. +2 gold in production from specialists is sick. So yeah, I think we're going to go economics into mercantilism. I think that's a really good path for us. We have 2 traditions available to us. We have a bunch of pretty decent things here. We can get half a culture per population and 15% food in towns. This is really strong. So I might do that. +1 food on warehouse buildings is pretty strong too. This would, like, the combination of these 2 things together would give us really strong early game growth, which feels quite powerful. So I think we're trading with Manchester. I think Delhi is going to be another great pickup. So we'll trade with Delhi. In Horiong, I think I'm going to start producing merchants. I want to trade as much as I can. You can go asleep. I've got a bunch of random units. Oh, I have a fleet commander. Let me assemble my troops and head out, because maybe we can go explore the coast. In terms of influence, I'm going to save it for trade routes for now. Although I would like to find an economic city-state that I could make friends with for the potential GDP. Will you give me open borders? You will. So now I should be able to auto-explore through your lands. Is the religious path still important? Not at all for us. If we're going for an economic path, the religious thing mostly gives you bonuses towards a culture victory. So I think that just isn't something that we're interested in. We've got a diplomatic action here. I would have loved that +3 combat strength, but I'll take the +4 gold per turn. That's fine. In a government, we get to choose. So let's see here. We've got feudal monarchy. This gives us 10% production towards training military units and constructing walls. So there is some potential synergy here if you've gone for like a wall build. So this is very militaristic. So you got combat strength for units. That's really good. Highest level commander receives a free promotion. +2 culture in towns without a growing focus, or +4 in joyous or happier towns. Okay, so this is all about specializing towns. And then this is another tradition, which is +5 culture production and gold in your capital, or 15 if it's ecstatic. So this actually has some pretty good synergy with Joseon, because we have a really strong capital, but is that really enough yield to really be worth going for? Alternatively, we could go for plutocracy, which is kind of like the government we went for last age. So production towards overbuilding, which is pretty good. You get gold immediately with the celebration, or lower maintenance on specialists. This has some synergy with how our civilization likes to play. Primitive accumulation gives us science on gold building. Oh wow, I love that. And 20% production towards constructing gold buildings. +10 trade range and science on trade routes. So this definitely feels more of like the economic side of things. But let's have a look at theocracy. So production and gold towards constructing or purchasing temples and missionaries. Really good. This looks very religious focused. So you get a free relic, culture and happiness on displayed relics, gold and influence on relics, food and happiness following your... Yeah, since we're not going to be going for a religion, I think it's between feudal monarchy and plutocracy. Feudal monarchy is really good if we want to lead hard into our abilities. But so is plutocracy. And I think of the two, I think the fact that plutocracy gives us the ability to turn happiness into gold is really, really damn good. And that will... Now, free leveling up a commander is also potentially good with the triumphs that we've selected. But plutocracy here, this extra injection of gold means we'll be able to do more purchasing. Once we have a big specialist economy running in our capital, making those specialists basically nearly free maintenance is really strong. So I think we're going to go for plutocracy here. I think this feels like it is just really strong for civilization building. So that's what we're going to take. We have a cog here. I'm going to send my cog down to this tile because I think I should be able to explore west from Wonju. So we're going to head him down here to be beside Wonju, and then we'll send him west to explore. And I'm going to send my fleet commander. I see a potential thing up here. So I think I'll send my fleet commander up that way to go explore this area. See, diplomatic action from Lakshmi Bai. She wants to do a local festival. I think I'm going to accept this because I can't afford to support. I could reject it, but I don't want to be her enemy, and I'll just take the 4 influence per turn. That's fine. Now, my capital finished its stonecutter. We would like to build a bazaar because the bazaar is worth +2 GDP per turn. And we can overbuild on top of the market that we built last age. So I think we will overbuild on the market. This is a +4 adjacency building. It'll give us gold that we can use to purchase things. Now, let's keep on building merchants in Horyong because we want to get more trade routes up. We're trading with Delhi. Let's go to Dazaifu. I'll send a merchant over there to do that mission. Hopefully we're able to repair our relationships with these people. We don't want to be fighting. If we're going for an economic victory, we definitely want to be leaning into diplomacy a little bit. Even if we're not fully leaning into diplomacy, I gotta say, I'm really enjoying playing Civ. Civ is a lot of fun. Civ 7 is quite fun to play when you really lean into its strengths and play the game the way it's sort of intended to play. I think part of the problem I've had with Civ is that I was fighting the game. I still have some problems with it, obviously, like UI, etc. But I am enjoying... There is something nice about the gameplay. Oh, there's Kilwa. I would love to befriend Kilwa. I think I need to... Okay. I would love to get a better trade relations with you. So I'm going to try to improve trade. And hopefully she sees the fact that I'm trading with her a lot as a reason not to go to war with me. Right, so we're going to trade with Manchester. It's worth +9 gold. We get a bunch of resources here. So that's going to give us a GDP boost. Now, I don't know how to tell what our GDP per turn is. This is my line. I'm hoping I can curve it up. We got an elephant. Let me go ahead and just assign that randomly. Is it on par with, say, 5 or 6? Ooh, I don't know. It's different. It's a different game. All right, let's keep exploring. I don't think there's any point in attacking there. We don't get anything out of it. We finished another merchant in Horiong, so we want to look to Ada Lovelace now. I think trading with London is good. There's a lot of nice empire-wide bonuses, so I'll send a merchant to London. Horiong has finished a merchant, so I'll get started on another merchant, because of course we're trying to trade heavily, and we get a lot of economic GDP from trading, right? Importing resources. Is a lot of potential GDP, but also just gold per turn, resource flexibility. There's some really good empire-wide resources like chocolate, +1 happiness in towns, right? So there's Kilwa. Very cool. Very cool, Wa. I'm going to slip out a cog and then move to here. And we'll go to the next turn. Would love to befriend Kilwa. Let me slip out another cog. Can you come here? And coastal raid this narrative event. Ooh, getting a scout is kind of cool. Because I can use him to do a search radius on this island, and then the admiral could be able to pick him up. Carry him with him. We do lose science for a turn or two, but that's fine. So we got a bazaar in here. We have no settlement limits, so I think we keep cranking out merchants so that we can continue to trade like crazy. I'll keep exploring with you. We found Horrick Wago, or as I call it, Wago. It'll show you your GDP per turn and your breakdown of where you're getting your current GDP from. Alright, so there's Maritime Law with the Grand Bazaar. I think I would love to build the Grand Bazaar. And if I'm thinking about adjacency, making this tile right here a good adjacency, I think I'm going to build the Grand Bazaar right here. It has a base yield of 2, but the Grand Bazaar itself has like really powerful abilities. +2 gold, +2 resource capacity, that's worth 2 GDP, and then a bunch of gold on Homeland's treasure resources. And if you zoom out and you just look for this kind of like black box treasure symbol, we've got a treasure, 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 treasure. Like there's just so much treasure in our empire that I actually do think that the Grand Bazaar would give us a huge amount of value. In terms of the next civic, I also like the idea of going for the Tomb of Askia, Tomb of Askers. Trade wins, +1 gold and happiness for every imported resources seems pretty good. +2 science and gold buildings could also be quite good. And production towards constructing gold buildings is useful, but the Tomb of Askia would be nice because it's +2 resource capacity in the settlement that builds it, which is +2 GDP. And we would get gold and production in this settlement for every resource assigned to it, which would be really nice. I do believe our capital has a desert tile available for it, so we would love to build the Tomb of Askia. Now, I don't know how to look at this. I wish I had a specialist map mode. We don't have a specialist map mode. But, like, if there was a way to easily tell how many specialists are in this turn, there's 8 specialists in this turn. So if we kind of do the maths on plutocracy here, we could get 16 food and 16 happiness per turn for 6 turns, which is pretty damn good, right? You're talking, well, let's call it 6 times 6 times 16 is 90. It's like 100. It's like 100 food and happiness. Or we can get 600 gold immediately. I think early into the age, the 600 gold has a lot of value. But later on in the age, the other ones have more value. Now, I think Hanjiao we would love to equip this. I think right now what we want is +2 gold in all settlements, because this is going to allow us to accelerate our imperial development. Now we have a merchant here. I think we should go trade with Ostia, because Ostia has camels, which are very strong. So I'm going to send a merchant over there. I would like to befriend a city-state, maybe Kilwa, if we have the influence soon. Let me move you to here, and I'm going to get you to... How do I get you to jump in the commander? Huh. I'm going to head you to the southeast. I'm going to bring you up to the northeast. I would love to befriend Kilwa because I like their position. I've got this cog over here on this distant land. We want to continue to explore if we can. We have met a new civilization. This is Toyotomi Hideyoshi. I'm going to give him a friendly greeting. We'll go to the next turn. You've taken 15 damage. Let's move forward. Ooh, I think I might come back and just heal and then look for a new direction to go. We'll take you out a turn. Take a moment to heal. We got a merchant in here. The merchant's going to take 4 turns. I think we continue to build merchants. Aurangabad, we would like the camels, because camels mean we can slap in more GDP. This guy just started this wonder. We should, in theory, beat him to it. Maybe. We might have to click in the wonder building policy. Yeah, well, maybe we'll beat him. We'll see. It would be nice if we could get the Grand Bazaar. How bizarre! Doo-doo-doo. So we want to trade with Dazaifu, which will give us a bunch of really nice resources. So let's go ahead and create a land trade route to gain their resources. Boom, beautiful. This is going to allow us to assign resources. I'll assign the city resource here, and I'll just stick an elephant in down here. Beautiful. We'll go to the next turn. You took 20 damage. Let's move 1 tile to the right. I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to bring you back as well, because I didn't see anything worth I didn't see anything worth dying for out there. In Wonju, we have grown, so this should be a double growth event. Lakshmi Bai likes me because I have influence. Cool. Let's make friends with Kilwa for 340. Alright, I'll move 2 tiles, and then I will coastally raid the ruin here. Antiquity sites, we get gold, happiness. I think the gold and happiness is really useful. We have 3,000 gold in the bank. I'm going to come into Horyong, and I would like to buy the bazaar. How bizarre! Doo-doo-doo. Let me see. So this is 3 adjacency, 3 adjacency. So these are, it's much of a muchness between these 2 buildings. I think I would rather overbuild than not. So I think I'm going to overbuild here. Then I want to purchase the stone cutter as well. And I'll put the stone cutter... Well, hold on. I need to think about it. Do we have a river in this city? No, we don't. So we're not going to be able to build the grist mill, which is fine. But I'm going to put this on top of the granary tile. Boom. And that's all the buildings that we need. We do have resources available. I think I'll take an elephant and put it into the capital. Or not into the capital, into a city. Because again, GDP focused. So how do I see... Last turn. We're getting 27 GDP per turn. So you can see we are slowly climbing. That's good. Somebody founded a religion. Taoism has been founded. Taoism? I think it's actually how it's pronounced. Gongju is ready to grow. So this is going to be a farming slash fishing town. So I think growing to the farming tiles makes the most sense. He likes that I have the most land units and culture. Interesting. Cool. So he likes me. Augustus has a message. He doesn't like me because I have a lot of towns. That's okay. I thought he would like me for doing the thing that he likes, but I guess they went with the concept of like civilizations don't like people moving in on their business, which kind of makes sense. People are, you know, somewhat competitive by nature. I accidentally right-clicked through whatever tech we were researching, which was cartography. So we do have the wharf now, which is nice because it will give us +2 resource assignments in our cities, which is going to be worth 2 GDP per turn. There's our technology availability. I think we want to go for guilds because guild halls are worth 2 GDP per turn, plus influence, which can be used to initiate more trade routes and city-state shenanigans. So let's go for that. I'm going to explore with my... Here we go. We found another island chain. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to create a land trade route with London, I believe. Perfect. More resources are assignable. I'm going to take one of the fish out of the capital here so that I can assign the city resource, because we just want to have our resources assigned. We get lots of benefits for that. We'll continue to explore. Oh, we found a cultural city. We may want to wipe these guys out. Purely because it's worth a big injection of culture. Like, if we don't have the influence to befriend someone, why not just kill them? Is like what I'm thinking. Oh, I don't like this. My scouts getting themselves killed. Is this a new update? This is a new update. This is Civ 7 update 1.4.2, which came out, I think, a couple of days ago. All right, you're out of the seas. You're healing. We have a narrative choice here. A budding friendship. We get +1 influence in all settlements. That is so good. That's 8 influence per turn. That's crazy strong. We got our merchant in Horyong. We could go for the wharf. I think I'm most interested in just spamming merchants. I think I have a merchant on the way to Delhi. Katana would be a good one as well. So let me send a merchant there. We'll open up a trade route with him later. Enemy just spawned a cog, so I'm going to try and zip away. I'm going to try to slip away this way to the east as well. We'll go to the next turn. I would like to... he stole the Grand Bazaar from us, which is really sad. It would have been a really strong wonder for us. It's okay. Daegu has grown. And I think I'll grab a resource. Now, when we specialize this, we probably want to specialize it as a... What's the trade? Let me see here. Where's... Can you not buy gold buildings? Is there no town for buying gold buildings? Am I dumb? Do we not have the trade town? Am I... Maybe the urban quarter is the way to go. Potato, do you like kneecap music? I've never really listened to them. I don't have any production, anything I can usefully turn my production into, so I might just build a wharf. I think if I put it here, I could put the grist mill on this tile. I'm using a mod for the yield previews. Apologies. I plan on creating a video. Let me write that down, actually. Recommended UI mods video. 7.8 gold per turn. Excellent. Yeah, just keep slipping away. Oh. Alright, my naval commander has made it. Let's keep on exploring. You're healing up this scout. I would like to get them somewhere safe if I could. Let me talk to Rome and see if he'll give me open borders. He blocked it. What a jerk. I'm going to hit him with a reconciliation. Again, because we're going for an economic play, we want to be friends with people. I would like to purchase the wharf if I could. I think this is a good wharf spot here. More importantly, what this does is... Oh, sorry. I don't want to build the wharf. I want to purchase it. So I'm saving my gold for buying things in my cities. Because this is going to give us extra slots for things. And elephants are quite useful for both happiness and production in here. And production is a lot more valuable in our cities. He makes me want to play. Do you think I could borrow MS Cupcake's opinion on Kneecap? I have no idea what it is. You could probably borrow her opinion. I haven't heard anything like bad about Kneecap's music, aside from the fact that like they make British people mad, which makes me happy. So the interesting thing is, if we go for Urban Town, Fishing Town would be really good. Like, very, very good to go for Fishing Town. Mining Town isn't very good. Religious side is super good for happiness. Hub Town is quite... This is actually quite a strong hub town. They make the worst kind of British people mad? Yeah, that's true. They make the right kind of British people mad, which is important. I think I'm going to make this into a hub town because influence is quite useful to us. So I think making this into a hub town, which we can only have one of these per continent, and I'm going to lay down a... this is worth a little bit of food and production for this town, so that's quite useful. We're at our city limit, that's fine. And we're just going to leave this as it is. We've got a diplomatic action. Himiko is trying to denounce us. I'm going to block it and prevent her from being able to do that. Ada Lovelace is trying to denounce me. I would have liked to have been able to block that too. It's fine. So we got a wharf in our capital. So I'm going to keep going for merchants so that we can keep stacking up our production. I'm going to move some resources into my capital because we want to hit the GDP from the capital ability thing. We'll slip around with our fleet commander in exploration. Well, I'm British and Kneecap don't make me mad. Well, you're the right kind of British, aka the type that don't get annoyed by Kneecap. So Rome blocked me from going through his borders here, so I can have just hang out here. Hey, buddies, Diego, how's it going? We're doing well. Serpent Mound was built by another player. We are going to go for Tomb of Askia. I do think trade winds would be quite powerful here, as would be primitive accumulation. I don't think we're going to be changing our policies just yet. I think focusing on growth is quite good. Colonialism. Settlement limit, relics, colonialism. If we went for colonialism 2, we could potentially get 2 settlement limit if we decided to build the El Escorial. Where would I build the El Escorial? I would probably build it here in my capital because this is a rough tile and the Wonder does require a rough tile, I'm pretty sure. Colonialism would allow us to benefit a lot more from our specialists. However, you could make the argument that we're not going to benefit much from this for a while, so we could go for our Joseon Renaissance now, as we would immediately get a settlement limit. Whereas, like, +2 food from specialists, +1 maintenance, trade income, settlement limit. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for my Joseon Renaissance. Yeah, it's still but the trade town folk is only available in towns producing treasure convoys. Oh, that's really annoying. Um, I would like settlement limit so that I could start settling some treasure-focused towns. It's partially what the exploration that we're doing is about, is trying to find places where treasure-focused towns could go. We got a merchant in Horion. Guess what we're doing? We're making more merchants. We don't have the most amazing trade routes. I think we have someone already going to Delhi. We have someone already going to Ostia. We have someone already going to Katana. Akmonia could be a good one. So I'll send a trader over there. We definitely would like to try to get more trade range if we could. Irish language rap group. Yeah, they're actually, from what I've heard, they're quite popular and a lot of people really like their music. Kneecap. I've never listened to them. I'm sure they're fine. I just don't have an opinion. I just like them. They never came on the radio that I was listening to. I like listening to my old metal songs. Like, the kids can have their new music. The music can even be political. I think that's great. Gaelic rap? Well, technically, the Irish word... Okay. This requires MS Paint. So, technically, from what I know, okay? Now, I want to caveat this is my understanding, and there might be someone out there who is more knowledgeable than me who could correct me. Gaelic, or Gaelic, is not correct. This is not correct. This is not the correct word. Because Gaelic is Gaelic is the language group. In English, let me see. In English, Irish is correct. In Irish, Gael. Oh God, I'm gonna. Do I remember how to spell it? Gaelga. Gaelga is how you say this. Is correct. So if you're referring to the Irish language in English or Irish, you should probably just say Irish. But you can say Gaelga. But Gaelic is not correct because Gaelic refers to the language group. Comma between English and Irish. In English, Irish is correct. In Irish, Gaelga is correct. Osgaelga means in Irish. Osgaelga. Gaelic or Gaelic is... I fucking misspelled this. Language. Why does this word look wrong in my brain? Language is the language group, which is not correct to say. Also, your mom. I would like to trade with... Let me see. Let's improve our trade relations with Ada Lovelace. Maybe we can trade with her. I'd also like to improve with Himiko, but I need a little bit more influence. That's okay. I will go ahead and trade with Sheffield. I'm going to try to build the Tomb of Askia. Tomb of Askers. So the Tomb of Askia will give us 2 resource capacity, which is worth 2 GDP per turn, 2 base gold, and plus 2 gold, and plus 1 production and settlement for every resource that's assigned to it. So we would love to build this if we could. And we'll keep exploring. I wouldn't mind getting friends with a diplomatic city-state, because that would be really useful. So I might try to save up influence for that. I might try to head. I actually might try to head southwest from this place, or like move around to down here and head east. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. This is where it'd be really useful if you could like queue up orders in the sense that you could give units waypoints. Apologies for saying Gaelic rap. Oh no, you didn't do anything. I don't think you did anything like wrong enough. You need to apologize. It was just me trying to correct. Because it's something that comes up all the time. And I wanted to make sure that I very clearly communicated the thing. So we're going to create a trade route Ostia. That's going to give us some really nice resources. 3 trade routes with unique civilizations unlocks the Muggles. I'll put the camel into the capital because GDP. I'm curious as to what our GDP per turn is now. If we go check this. Economic. Our GDP per turn is 37. Very nice. We can see we're starting to curve up on the GDP graph. Where are my Amish metal bands? I actually don't know enough about the Amish community to answer that question, I'm afraid. So in terms of choosing a celebration, we haven't really built any new specialists, so I'm going to go for the immediate gold. We don't have any more tradition slots. I would love to plug in the Wonder Tradition, but I think trade winds would really pop off for us here. The movement on merchants means our trade routes get up sooner too, so I really like that. We're looking to trade with Delhi. Ton of camels, so we're going to initiate this trade route. Then we're going to go in and assign some resources. All right, I'll throw a couple of camels into the capital. I'll put some crabs in here, some elephants. Do I have any? I have a tin here. I'll go ahead and plug that into the capital. So our GDP should start climbing because we've got a ton of resources. You get you get +1 GDP for every resource assigned to a city. Oops, misclicked. Let's keep exploring over here. My little scouty, so stroppy and pouty. Catholicism has been founded. All right, let's bring this cog here and we'll go ahead and just rest it. This cog I'll move up. Uh-oh. Oh, I could bring you back and start farming experience on you. I might do that. Is Civ 7 as bad as people say? Well, how bad do they say it is? Alright, let me get you the heck out of there. Wanju has grown. We definitely want to grow to the food tiles as a priority. Sheffield trade route is available to us, so we will take it. We'll add another elephant to the capital. Beautiful. Got some unit commands I can do. Move you to there. I think Civ 7 is a divisive game. I think that's a pretty uncontroversial statement. That is a really interesting path that you have decided to take, Mr. Merchant. In Horyong, we have grown. Ooh, it would be nice to get that +5 production here from the mine. It is a Korean civ. That's right, Komodo Bebop. So yeah, I think, again, this is probably going to be a fishing town, so I think focusing on food is a good shout. We could make it an urban center, which would help. Well, actually, we don't need to be an urban center because I'm playing Joseon, and Joseon's special ability is that they can do the urban center buildings. They have that ability built in. So maybe it would be better if it was a fishing town, so it was feeding food into our cities. It's a lot of food. So I tells you what, we're going to go switch into a fishing town. We could buy the wharf here, which is nice. I will buy the stone cutter right there. In terms of choosing production in Horyong, we got a merchant. We have nowhere we can actually go do merchanting right now because we don't have friendships. I think I would really like to pick up a diplomatic city-state friend. I think that would be helpful. I would also like to pick up a militaristic and an expansionist if I could. I'm going to preemptively send you to... I guess Hull. No, I'll just wait a turn because we have nowhere that you can go. That's a UI mod that I have installed. Again, I plan on making a video on UI mods. Right, shoot this guy, get him out of here. You pull back and heal. So there's Joseon Renaissance. This is going to unlock the Yangbang bureaucracy, which should give us food and production on districts with at least 2 specialists. Now, it's key to note that that's districts, which only requires 1 building. Settlement limit. I think a quarter is a district, but a district isn't a quarter. We've got settlement limit here. That's great. So we can potentially pick up a settler here. We've got a tradition slot. Very nice. Yangbang bureaucracy will be really useful eventually. We could go for primitive accumulation. Let's see. Production on warehouse buildings. That would actually be really good for pumping up our gold per turn. It'll bring us up to about 400. We've met Pachacuti. I would like to give him a friendly greeting because diplomacy is the name of the game here for me. If modders can do it, surely they can figure it out by now. I think the problem is for Civilization 7 is they have a AAA production schedule, which means like in ye old days, right? In ye old days, right? In video game development, there's like guy, idea, you do the idea, you test the idea, you publish it. Right? And there might be like, this is what it looks like, right? It's a very simple chain. Okay? Now, when you have like triple A development, all right, you have production. This production, when you see the word production, I want you to hear the phrase resource management. Okay? And a resource is time, money, skills, opportunity. And so what a production team is doing, this production is a management profession in the sense that they're making decisions about, do we have the time to do this? Do we have the money to do this? Do we have the skills to do this? And if we do this, are we giving up some other opportunity, right? Whereas this is like indie / non AAA development, right? Over here, this is what it looks like. You give feedback, a guy looks at it, he has an idea on how to fix it, he does the idea, he tests the idea, he publishes it, okay? Step 1, right? You get feedback. The feedback goes to the production team. Then the production team assesses the priority of this, assesses priority and feasibility. Okay. No, the feedback goes to... well, technically, there's a person in here. Sorry, you're right. I want you to imagine this community management filter. This is a filter. Okay, through which feedback goes through and eventually makes it to the production development team. Good shout. I forgot about the community management filter. Okay, so this is a filter through which all feedback goes to. Then it goes to production. If production has time, they will assess the priority and feasibility of fixing the problem the feedback has. They'll look, how many people are talking about this problem? They might go and talk, like in this process, they might like loop in development. He might talk to one of the developers and say like, hey, people are asking for this feature. What do you think? How long do you think it would take it? So he's going to talk to stakeholders, right? He's going to talk to stakeholders. He's going to talk to community management. He's going to talk to finance. He might have a meeting with the executive suite in the meantime, where he's like, well, we've been taking in feedback about this thing, and so we're working on like these solutions. And he's talking to all these people, okay? And then if all these things go well, he might say like, okay, it's time to take action. Okay? It's action time if it passes all these checks. And then he's going to make a proposal or ask people to make proposals on how to fix the problem. Okay? And there might be like 5 of these. All of those have to be analyzed through this lens up here. We do this whole process again, basically. And then we come back down. And then we decide upon a solution. Based on this analysis, okay? You might have like 5x, you might have 2 to 5 proposals on how to fix this problem. Then they analyze it. Oh yeah, and developers can give proposals. By the way, this is a thing that they do based on their experience. But also, finance people and production might chime in on this as a filter and say like, we can't do that one. Just to be clear, there's more filters on this too. And then a solution is decided upon. It's assigned to a team or a person. And by the way, like art, and art is like 7 teams, by the way. This is like art is a department, but it's like 7 teams. You've got sound, you've got 3D, you've got lighting, you've got all these people. You've got like, when I say art, I'm talking about like UX, UI. I'm talking about all those just like people who like make the thing that you look at. That's what I'm saying when I say art. These people will be asked based on these proposals and stuff. Like, oh, what do you guys have time and budget for in your art? Like, can we, is it right now? Is it feasible for you to be assigned to this solution? So that's another filter, by the way. Like how much art, that's going to be a consideration in this feasibility thing. Like they're going to check like, well, do we have art budget and time and skills to make this solution? Writing, QA, all that stuff, okay? These people are going to be contacted. It's going to be assigned to a team. They're going to do it. It's going to get tested, right? Call this QA, right? This is QA. And this might like, this could loop back from these points back multiple times. It could even realize, oh, there's actually a deeper problem. And now we have to go all the way back to here and talk to production about the feasibility and priority of this problem, by the way. And then you've got inputs coming in based on supports, like what do they actually need? And then maybe it makes it to the beta branch or the PTR or whatever you call it, or the private test realm. And then maybe if that goes to another round of QA, you might publish that. Maybe. And this whole time, right? Finance, okay. Now, I want you to think of production and finance are like the twin eyes of Sauron. They're watching everything. And HR watches the production and finance, and the executive watch everyone, okay? They're watching everyone in this whole process because they're thinking the stakeholders, right? The people who own the whole thing, this whole time, they're looking at this feedback and the share price, right? And they're going, do something. I'm scared. Which puts pressure on the executives. It could even put pressure on the lead developers. And so that's why it takes so long to develop video games and why it takes so long to make changes. Because in this freeform indie thing, right? Because if you imagine, this is a team of this is 300 people. This is like Five Guys and fries, This is what we're talking about. This is an organization. Is there anybody here who has worked in software development or the video game industry? Am I anywhere close to the mark? Because I've never worked in these, but this is like the model of how AAA or like large scale development works. Is that there's a bunch of teams interacting, there's a bunch of stakeholders, there's pressures and thoughts, and then this is before we even talk about the fact that these are people. This is an organization of 300 people with lives, and some of them are going on vacation, some of them are getting married, some of them have sick parents, some of them have... And that's why it takes so long to get anything done. Very good presentation. Yeah, when I say finance, these are very broad terms. And so that's why This is a modder. This is what modders do, okay? This is the power of modders. A modder can look at the game and just be like, ah, I want to make this. This is why I actually think every game development team should have what I call the Ronin or Maverick team. Okay? And these are guys who are paid whatever the minimally acceptable salary is, but they are outside of this organizational structure and they just do stuff. And then they like, hey, I worked on this project because there was a problem with the game that I wanted to do. And this should be like, you should have like one of these guys per 50 people. Who just does stuff. And then there should be a council that looks at whatever the hell they did and say, oh, I guess we could implement this. And I think this would, because in terms of organizational burden, this is like having modders in-house where they don't have to interact with other people. They can just work on the game on their own. And I think a lot of developers, I think there's a lot of people who would take a pay cut to be able to be a maverick. Anyway, back to the game. Just 1% of your workforce needs to be mavericks who can just work on whatever they want. And they don't get the big salary, right? Maybe like, you know, I don't know, like an average game developer salary is, I don't know, what's an average? Average game dev salary in East Coast, USA. All right, it's like $100,000 a year. These guys get like 70, 30, like they get entry-level salaries. But they don't have to deal with the organizational structure in the same way. Because here's the thing. The way I want you to think about the Ronin or the Maverick is they're like gambling. Most of the time, the thing that they're working on isn't going to be super great. But when there's like a small problem that people need to get sorted, like they can go to them and be like, hey, Maverick, can you work on this thing? Like, what do you think? Do you think you could come up with a solution for that? And the Maverick goes, leave it with me. And he comes up with like how do you know all this? This is just from building a model of the industry in my head. Let's see. Often multiple is better. Healthy, but then there might be a problem regarding rights to the product code, visibility, all the legal stuff. Yeah. True. Oh, and that's before we even start talking about licensing, because there's going to be like code elements of the game that are licensed from other companies and tools. You've got tools licensing and all this. Listen. And then you got your engine team, your tech team. Let's see. Joseon hierarchy. So buildings gain adjacency for wonders. It would be nice to get to Notre Dame because that would allow us to start benefiting a lot from specialists. Why get paid less for a better job? There's a lot of people who, well, because it's a better job in the sense that it is a nicer job to do. Like there are a lot of people who would take a pay cut to have no manager. There are a lot of people who would take a pay cut to not have to fill out forms. Like I'm willing to be a YouTuber for minimum wage rather than go get a job. Do you know what I mean? Like that was my level when I came into this profession, and I'm still willing to do it for minimum wage in Ireland. What is it, like 27k minimum wage? 14, 15, yeah, about 30,000 euro a year. If I'm making 30,000 euro a year, I will be a YouTuber forever. Let's see here. Classical revival, buildings gain adjacency, food warehouses, buildings gain +1 adjacency for districts, specialist limit. I don't think we're ready to go hard into specialists, so I might go for the syncretism option here. Well, we could go authority, bureaucracy, specialists, society. If we go society and colonialism, we could get a lot from our specialists. I think I'm going to try to go for colonialism too for the for the settlement limit. So I'll go for... man, this is a hard choice. Genuinely a difficult choice. I'm going to go for the Joseon hierarchy because the Notre Dame is actually really good. And it's usually unlocked quite late over here at Social Class 2. So getting it really early would be quite powerful. There is a town focus available here in Pyongyang. I think... Oops, sorry, didn't mean to click away from that. Pyongyang, I think, could be a good town to give a town focus. Farming Town isn't amazing. Mining Town is really good. 16 production. Very strong. So I think we'll go for Mining Town in here. And then we want to build our brickyard, saw pit, and stone cutters. So this tile doesn't have the highest adjacency, so I'll put the brickyard there. This tile has medium adjacency, so I'll put the saw pit there. And I'll do the same with the stone cutter. So now this is a 14 production mining town. It's cranking out gold for us, really good. It's giving its food to other cities. Oh yeah, look at that. Those are nice tiles. So let's go ahead and pick up the 6th production 1 happiness. Excellent. We can command units, you're chilling. Do they change? That's a mod for the town focus screen. Oh, and that's before we even begin talking about the complexity of developing a game for multiple platforms simultaneously, which was one of my biggest fears that I worried about going into the thing. What Zien Thong has been built? We did manage to get the Tomb of Askia, so that's going to be worth 2 gold and 1 production in our capital for every resource that we assign to it. So I'm quite happy with that. Interesting explosions. Pachacuti has a message. He's a little bit annoyed with me because I have mountains. Napoleon likes me because I don't have many units. We built the Tomb of Askia. And so I think getting a settler here and sending it out. I see 1, 2, 3. I'm wondering if I pull out the map tax mod, we could settle near this natural wonder. I think I'm more interested in settling for treasure. So there's a... Unfortunately, I can't get... I do think here's a good spot. It's a 3 treasure city. We could get across to the spices, we get the horses, we get the furs, apple bottom jeans. So yeah, I think we'll go here and try to settle this city center. No more resources to assign. Can I make another trade with Rome? No, I need a little bit more influence, so I'll wait a turn. I'm going to move you along here. Do not attack this independent power. It's not necessary. Hi, Etienne. Nice to see you. Alright, I'm going to bring my cog over and then I'm going to heal up so that I can be full health while I'm fighting. Choosing production Hansayong, I think getting a second settler here is probably not a terrible idea. I think we'll try to get our settler over. Where's the best position to cross? Here's a good position to cross, so we'll go right there. Good position to cross just based on how many tiles are between where you want to go. Let's 2 tiles here, so we could hopefully take a turn to heal. I think we could cross there. Let's talk to Rome. We'll improve our trade relations with Rome. And then we will trade with Katana. Confirm. We do want to trade with Aurangabad. But we don't quite have the resources for that just yet. So we're going to have to chill for a bit. Hanseong has grown, and I think I'm going to put a couple of specialists on this tile because this tile will have okay adjacency. Wow, that's a really expensive specialist. 4 and 4. Maybe I won't grow to this yet. I'm going to focus on working some of these high happiness tiles in my city. Kilwa is now ours, so let me see here. Company post. +4 gold, +1 food and production in distant lands, +2 gold if there's at least 1 settlement. Resource assigned. Must be placed on existing improvements. We could get gold from gold buildings. It would be nice to get Guosuo and territorial claims. If we could get more economic city-states in our wing, the combination of these two would be super powerful. I'm going to go for territorial claims first because that's going to give me a ton of gold to play with. I will take gold rather than production towards the bank. We built a settler. Keep making me merchants. The second settler. I think I see where a second settler could be worth putting. Try to cross here. We'll grab this coastal edifice. I think, 150 science right now would be really good. Horyong, you built a merchant. Keep making those merchants for me. Oh, hello. You're coming in to fight me in Dongnei. So let me open up the map tax mod and I see 2 treasure resources up here. If I were to settle right there, I could settle here and I would get 1, 2, 3 treasure resources in this city on this nice freshwater tile. Unfortunately, I don't see a way to get fresh water in this city, which kind of sucks. And we'll miss out on these, but if I settle right here, we get 2 treasure resources pretty easily, and the city's kind of pointed towards my empire. So I'll go for this. Two settlements over here is fine. It does leave like a gap here that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Maybe I'd be better off going there. But then I have to go here, and then we've got like super amounts of overlap. So I think we just accept the gap, even though I hate gaps in my empire and it drives me crazy. I'd like to trade with Aurangabad, but we gotta wait. So I'll send 1 settler to this tile. Yeah, you're on your way to there. And I'll send another settler over here first, and then I'll come back to be in charge of you. Why don't you go trade with Kilwa? Now, what path have you decided to take there? Okay, that's 3 across the ocean. That's fine. We'll go trade with Kilwa. One thing that could be good to do is, if I zoom out... No, there's not a lot of resources around Kilwa, so we don't need to feed them influence for growth. Hey, Praxium. I would like to make friends with Buanza. 2 economic city-states would be really strong here. I want to stop Augustus from tanking our relationship if I can. So I'll cancel his denouncement. That'll prevent him from doing it for 10 turns. Hopefully he finds something else to spend his influence on. Let's keep shooting here. It's worth a smidge of gold. You can go back to auto-exploring for me. I would have loved a militaristic or an expansionist city-state friend. Tabriz would be a great friend because +1 settlement limit would be really nice. Have you checked out Europa Universalis 5? And if yes, what are your thoughts? Man, I love Europa Universalis 5, but I think the UX is so bad and the game is changing way too often for it to be worth trying to keep up with, because they're completely reworking systems like constantly, and they're not necessarily reworking them in the direction that I want them to. So I've kind of given up on the game, even though I have like a few hundred hours in it. I really love it, and I've recorded like multiple series that I just had to delete because the game was buggy and broken and just kind of not fun. Europa Universalis 5 feels like it was released by, you know, a guy working in his basement rather than like a AAA grand strategy thing. So we got guilds. I want to get the guild hall in as many places as I can because this is worth +2 GDP per turn. The kiln isn't as important, but it can be purchased by us to get extra culture. So in terms of choosing a technology, we could go for guilds 2. The +5 trade range would open up a lot of trading opportunities for us, which I don't hate. But I think I would really like to unlock the observatory because that's our tier 1 science building this age, and because we're playing the Joseon, we can buy this in pretty much every settlement. So I'm going to go ahead and research astronomy. It's a combination of Victoria, EU, and Imperator all in one. Honestly, it's just Imperator too. And anyone pretending otherwise is just coping. Now, I'm going to build a guild hall. I'm going to buy it on this tile. It's going to be worth 12 gold per turn and 6 influence. It is going to cost us a bit of happiness and food, but I think this is worth it. In terms of the kiln, I won't purchase the kiln. I don't think the kiln is worth purchasing in the capital, but I will hard build the kiln because it's worth a little bit of culture. So we'll go ahead and get that down there. It's basically just a really advanced version of Imperator Rome. It's like built on the bones of Imperator Rome, which means it kind of inherits a lot of Imperator Rome problems. It's a fun game, but like it changes way too often. They need to do a patch every 2 months or something rather than every couple of weeks. The every couple of weeks is just too much for me as a player to keep up with. Because by the time I manage to finish a playthrough and then release it, like the game is different. And so like people are watching an outdated build by the time they get around to watching my... Ooh! I really want to be friends with these guys if I can be. So Mount Karadag has erupted, doing a bit of damage to Wonju. Let's repair all the tiles. Then I'm going to come in here. I would like to build a kiln, but I also want to just develop the city. So I'm going to buy a brickyard. Now, let me think. Okay, so this is a decent science tile. So I'll put the brickyard here. I'll get a saw pit there. I'll get a stone cutter here. And I'll buy a kiln here. That's worth 9 culture per turn. Excellent. And we'll turn this into a specialist town. We don't need urban center because we can already buy tier 1 buildings. I mean, it's okay for the science and culture, but I think I would much rather maybe do a fishing town or something like that. But I think it needs to grow before it's specialized. Next big update will release in autumn, so we'll be on this patch for a while. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, my army commander, I'm going to go for the Bastion promotion. I always like going defensive points on the left side there first. It is my preference. I could send a trader to Usan-guk. They got some potentially good resources, but we just get gold from building traders, so just trying to benefit from trade as much as we can. We could try to clear this. FE Glorpui. So I don't like relying on mods to fix games because that's the developer's job. I don't want to have to go search for a bunch of mods that people on console can't use, and then like my mobile viewers are like, wait, what's going on here? I'm going to prevent Ada Lovelace from denouncing me. I'll purchase repair the plantation. In the meantime, I'm going to do a research initiative to try to pump up my science a little bit. I got a merchant in my capital. Let's quickly repair the farm. Mobile and console EU5. It's more like, this is just a general principle for people who watch my channel, because most of the games I play come out on multiple platforms. I would love to build the guild hall. I also want to build the kiln. I'll take the time to build a guild hall here. This is going to be 6 gold. Maybe I should purchase it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to hard build the kiln here. 7 culture per turn. And then I'll purchase the guild hall because I want that GDP per turn. Our GDP per turn is... yeah, look at that. Okay, so we've been focusing hard on the GDP per turn. You can see how there's like a big upturn. We're up to 12% GDP. Really, really good. We're making 54 per turn. EU doesn't even have max support. I'm just... So I wasn't talking specifically about EU5. I was talking about, in general, I don't like using mods because it's the developer's job to fix the game, not modders. That's like a principle that I kind of apply. Because my viewers oftentimes... because otherwise I have to build like a mod video explaining the mods that I use and why, and then it's a whole big discussion about, well, actually you should use this mod instead, and then we should use, I actually made my own personal mod, and here I've never published it, but that's the one that I use, and I think it's way better than this one that you're using. Why didn't you just make your own mod? And it's like, you know what? No, I'm just going to play the game the way the developers intended it, and if they didn't fix their game, well, that's their fault. Okay. I would like to keep growing in Daegu. Stonecutter. So the city center is here. I'd like to get the kiln and the stonecutter in here. But I am more interested in purchasing the guild hall to get more resources in here. Lakshmi likes how much influence I have, which is good. I'm going to choose a celebration. I still think the gold here is quite good, although it's starting to become less good. We do have a social policy available. Food in all settlements is good. The happiness in all settlements would also be really, really good, because that would mean more celebrations, more happiness. Okay, what are we doing? Old World is a great game. Civ 7 is 50% off. I actually, you know, I don't know what the latest price or the lowest price it's ever been, but this seems like a really good time to get into the game if you're at all interested. Like, it's had a bunch of patches. It's going pretty well. So in Wonju, I am going to go ahead and grab 2.8k gold. Is this a saving for something big? Yes, the guild hall costs 2.2 thousand gold. In my head it was 2,800 or something, but I just misremembered how much it is. So we'll build a guild hall here. Boom. Which is nice. Although that should mean that in Gay Song we can build the guild hall as well. I'll quickly repair that fishing boat. We'll go for the guild hall in the next couple of turns because we want that influence. I'll take this cowrie and I'll stick it in. Oh, actually, I want cowrie in this city. Do we have any other gold generators? Ooh, I'll move the elephant out and move this in. Because Horyong, I want to be a gold city. Although maybe it would be better to move the jade here. Oh yeah, this should be the gold city. Never mind. I'm going to move elephants. No. I'll move fish. Why won't it let me switch? Fish. So strange. Yeah, more gold. Do we want to try to clear this, or do we want to befriend them? I think I would much prefer to try to befriend these guys than clear them. Mamalapuram, I'll send a merchant over there. Remember, we just get benefits for sending trade routes, so I want to send as many as I can everywhere. Do you have a favorite civ to play? Not really. I have a favorite leader, and that's Augustus. I just really like playing Augustus. Usan Guk, I'm going to trade with here. I'll get 2 resources out of it. It's not a lot, but we do get a little bit out of it. We get a city resource we can plug in here. It just helps us with our GDP and stuff to have lots of trade routes. Right, some of our ships are taking damage. So there's the Joseon hierarchy. We get the classical revival, the Notre Dame, municipal quarters, specialist limit in the capital, and Guagyo. I think we just leave that there. We get a narrative choice. We can get cultural attribute or a expansionist attribute point. So if we got a cultural attribute, we could go for the culture and settlements for each resource assigned to them. That's pretty damn good, actually. Or the expansionist one, we could get +1 settlement limit, which is pretty damn good too. Or we could start working on the city expansionist type stuff. I do like the idea of the settlement limit. The settlement limit is quite powerful. So I think I'll grab the expansionist attribute point and we'll go ahead and grab that settlement limit. Very, very strong. Let's see. Civics. My syncretism options aren't like amazing. The tradition slot is actually really, really strong here. Although I will say this, the Abbasid quarter that gives you +1 science to all specialists in a city is really, really good. So I might go for my syncretism and go for the Abbasids here. In terms of Han Seong, we did a research initiative. I think I would like to build a Notre Dame. I maybe didn't necessarily want to build it here, but what's really powerful about the Notre Dame is that it gives us +3 culture on specialist when we're in a celebration, and it gives you a celebration immediately. So this is a great way to get more out of specialists, and since we're playing a civilization that benefits a lot from specialist style gameplay, I think that's pretty damn good. We would get a lot of resources from clearing this because it would be experience on the fleet commander. So I might clear it. The settlement limit would be good, but how are you finding Civ 7? Keep trying to get into it and go back to Civ 6. Civ 7 is fine. It's a lot of fun. I've been enjoying my time with it. I definitely enjoy the game a lot more than I did at launch. I think partially that is down to the game's improvements using mods, and partially down to me just understanding the game on a deeper, more familiar level. I do not want Ada Lovelace to denounce me, so I'm going to block that. I would love to get another economic city-state under my belt. I will probably add extra support because I don't want to wait 30 turns for that. Yeah, the Odyssey has been around for a long time. That is not a new username, Mr. Odyssey. So my merchant should be in range now to trade with Kilwa. We have a crab we can assign to the capital. Lovely. Let's clear. We'll disperse. That'll be worth a lot of gold. We got 200 food. Arles is ours in 3 turns. We are taking damage here. It's fine. You translated some of the Odyssey in high school? Damn. Did you name Emily Wilson? Oh, sick. Okay, so we have our observatory. Now, this is a unique science building because it gets access to adjacency from mountains. We have fleet commanders and the Serpent Mound. Somebody's already built the Serpent Mound. That's not important. We wouldn't mind getting feudalism, but I think guilds too for the trade range would be fantastic. I wouldn't mind getting machinery as well, but I'm going to go for guilds too. In Joseon, this is our hub town, so I'm going to go ahead and build the guild hall with +4 adjacency guild hall right there. I would love to build the observatory. So I'm going to put it right there. That's a 6 science increase, and then I'll save up for the kiln. I definitely want to get my science and culture up now. We're going to build the observatory in here. Let's have a look at what kind of adjacency tiles do we have. There's a good science adjacency tile right there, so I'll start building towards it. We'll crush that farm, and we'll move this guy to here. Take a moment to heal up on my ships. I don't want to give spoilers, but it's a shame 2 important parts were not included in the movie. I haven't gone to see it because I'm waiting to go see it in IMAX, but I am quite excited to see it. Although I've never really gotten I've never read the Odyssey or anything like that. So 25% progress has been made towards completing this age. I think we'll pick up the silk here. Probably want to specialize Dongnate. Let me quickly repair everything in here. Hey, Tornado. Hello, longtime fan. Sometimes I boot up your old videos to relax. Oh, that's really, really sweet of you. I think we go for the fishing town here. The extra food is really good. Although, mining town is pretty good. What I like, though, is the ability to purchase food and water buildings in a fishing town, which is quite useful. So, oh, that's why you can build water buildings in fishing towns. Okay, so I'm going to go for fishing town. When was the last time you played Humankind? Quite a long time ago. I don't really have much interest in playing Humankind, to be honest with you. The game broke my heart. So if I was going to build an observatory, right here is a +5 observatory, which is crazy. So I think I'll build my warehouses along the water here. So I'll go granary, into brickyard, into saw pit. I will move a fish out of this city here so I can boop in that culture. Actually, probably better to put this into the capital. So I'll boop out a crab, boop in the culture booster. That's 7 culture per turn. Excellent. Humankind. I think Humankind had a lot of really interesting ideas, but unfortunately, potential isn't a video game. And the game had a lot of what I consider to be fundamental problems with its mechanics that made it unfun to play, like with the battle system. I really do think that Civilization 6 just nailed battles, which is that you build a unit and they fight on the map. And I really don't like this sub-battle menu thing, where you like 2 armies clash and then you go into a mini battle. Minor embassy. Let's see, allows the creation of a minor embassy. Minor embassy provides +2 influence, additional influence for every alliance. So if we did want to go into the alliance direction, that's quite good. Demand tribute. Could be a good way to get treasure. Happiness on happiness buildings is quite good. Supporting endeavors and sanctions. Now, the thing is, these are treaties, not endeavors. Social policy slot is good. Raw happiness is pretty good. I do think the minor embassy is quite different. Oh, so you won't like Endless Legend 1 or 2? No, I loved Endless Legend 1 or 2. I loved both of those games. But Humankind took away all the things that, like the gameplay things that I loved about Endless Legend 1 and 2, and then made the, I actually preferred the auto battle system in Endless Legend 1 and 2. Wait, did the 2 have an auto battle system? I don't remember. Love Endless Legend 2. Super fun game. Don't really like the mini battles. I just auto resolve. Why are all the goods in the capital? That's actually a really great question. So we decided that we would try to go for an economic victory as SunSin playing as the Joseon. And in the economic victory screen, if you hover over this little information tab, it says gold buildings give you GDP per turn for each gold building from the current age. But more importantly here, city resources and bonus resources. You get +1 GDP per turn for each city and bonus resources assigned to cities, not towns. And similarly, for imported resources, you get +1 GDP per turn for every resource imported by a trade and assigned to a city, not a town. So because we're playing Joseon and we're only allowed to have 2 cities, what I've tried to do is to make sure that my 2 cities have a ridiculous amount of resource slots so that we can cram them in to my 2 cities, which will give us a pretty damn good amount of GDP per turn. So like if I come down here, we're now second for GDP and we're making 64 per turn, whereas like Toyotomi Hideyoshi is making 21 per turn. So we're like absolutely cranking the AI. Hey Alfanger's son, good to see you. And the question is, the minor embassy is really strong. I don't have any alliances, but this could encourage me to make some. But that would also potentially draw me into wars. So I think the person I would most like to get an alliance with would be Ada Lovelace. But then, like, the thing about getting into alliances is that means that you get dragged into wars, and I don't want to be dragged into wars. So I might actually just either pick up social policy slots or market cross. To my knowledge, Endless Legend has the same. The original Endless Legend was more of a auto battler, which I really like. The other thing is, this is +3 happiness per settlement. So that's like 30 happiness right now. Market Cross is just so strong. I still think these warehouse building things are just way too powerful. Just like I think leader attribute points are way too powerful. I'm going to trade with Mammal This will give us a little bit of resources. More importantly, we just get more and more trade routes up. I'll assign these to cities kind of semi at random. But I will assign this to my capital because I want to make as much money as possible. And in fact, no, I don't. Oh, I do have a cowrie here that I could put in. I'll take out the pearls, put in the cowrie. Ooh, trading with Arls would be good. I'll send a merchant up there. Well, of course there would be an archer there. The problem with Victoria's war mechanics is... let's not get into that. It's a surprisingly divisive topic. What game speed do you generally play on? I play on standard speed because that is the one that says standard.
Of our victories and our disasters.
Alright, so there's Notre Dame. This is going to give us a huge amount of culture from our specialists, which is great. Beautiful wonder. Hard to tell it apart from most of the other things on the map, though. Really easy to tell what it is from this angle, which is the angle that I'm sure that it was modeled and designed at. Really can't tell what it is at this angle. Your relationship will decrease. I'm going to cancel that. I don't want her to decrease our relationship. I'm going to grab gold, although this is starting to not be very useful. So the food and happiness maintenance will start to become more useful as time goes on, but the gold is still really good right now. In terms of assigning a policy... +2 food in all settlements will add up quite nicely. In Gaesong, I wouldn't mind getting the kiln. Daegu. I think I'm more interested in getting my observatories up because I just don't have much in the way of science right now. There's a +2 adjacency observatory, so we'll grab that one. In Gongju, we'll grab an observatory as well. We see there's a +2, +1, +1, kind of a +2. We'll take the +2 right there. And yeah, we'll keep growing these nice tiles. Do you play Hearts of Iron 4 from time to time? Yeah, I really like Hearts of Iron 4. My problem with it though is that I'll play it and like stay up really late, and then I fuck up my sleep schedule really badly. So what's the adjacency here? This is a triple adjacency. This is a quadruple adjacency. I'm going to put it here. Oh no, there's no specialists on this tile, so instead I think I'll go here because there is 2 specialists on this tile, so I'll build them there. The problem with Hearts of Iron 4 is that when I finish a run, I want to play the exact same run again, but more optimal. And I end up just starting over and over and over and over and over and over until I've driven myself to madness. Please no kill. Please no kill. I really like the Fallout mods. Han Seyong. This is going to be a really high adjacency tile here. What was the wonder that was built? Busaic, not important. Ooh, look at that. 6 food, 5 production, 3 culture. That's such a good tile. Holy crap. We got our observatory in here. I think I'll do a research initiative. I want to support this, so it's 17 turns instead of 25. I'll do some exploring with my merchants, because I don't have the influence or the trade route capacity to do anything else with them. And we'll get back to exploring with our little ships here. The Fallout fanboy. I just really like the Hearts of Iron 4 Fallout mod is really, really cool and fun. So there's syncretism. I think we are going to grow Horiong here. This is a city. So we haven't unlocked specialists on it yet because we are playing with the negative specialist limit in other cities. Syncretic choice. I think the Abbasid is Civ 7 really playable? I think it's a really fun game. I'm thinking of getting the Abbasid syncretism because this would give us access to the Ulema, which is science to specialists. The Hermit Kingdom would be really cool, though. I also find it unsatisfying that you don't get to research all the texts in an age. I'm going to go for the Abbasids. I'm going to cancel her trying to diplomatic, because I just don't want to be denounced. And the tradition slot from authority would be really useful, so I think I'll go pick it up. We got an observatory in our capital. I would like to build the madrasa and the mosque. This does like being adjacent to science constructals. Unfortunately, I put a black stone cutter here. So the only real place for this specialist district is going to go right there, which isn't the best spot for it, but we will be able to build both. We will be able to build the Ulema, so we'll kind of build that up. In terms of social policies, I don't think we need to change anything. I think our current setup is really, really strong. I do hate that ageless buildings can never be moved. It really drives me crazy. The way warehouse buildings work, I just find them annoying more than useful. In Pyongyang, I would love to get an observatory. So we got a +4, +3, +3. I'll go for the +4 right there. Don't forget to repair the fishing boat. I'm trying to pump up my science here a little bit because I feel like there is some really good stuff in the science tree for gold generation. Like the bank. I'm going to recruit a cog here to try to guard my settler as it goes onto land. No, why would you declare war on me? We have so many trade routes, you dumb... I'm not going to use a gendered slur. I'm trying to be better. I'll buy a cog. She is a meanie dunderhead. We're aiming for an economic victory condition. Luldies. Rome! Why? The die is cast. Why are you is he quoting the Odyssey? It's like making a Simpsons reference in whatever AD. Year of our Lord. Okay, I'm going to buy some coggers to defend the city. Hopefully we can defend Dongnay. Dongnay? Dude, I'm so annoyed that they cancelled a bunch of my trade routes. Those were important trade routes! Look at all the resources I just lost because I had been trying to prevent them from denouncing me for so long. No Irish focus tree in Hoi 4. You mad? Not really? It would be nice. But I'm not mad about it. I'm surprised because Ireland is one of the most popular nations to play in Hearts of Iron 4. And like has a big role in multiplayer. I'm like shocked they haven't implemented a tree for them. God, think of all the influence we burnt. Kill this damn unit.
The master and apprentice love the master in different
Okay, so there's guilds too. We have longer trade range. I would love to save up for a fleet commander who I'll buy next turn, if I can. Try to kill some units here. Wonju has grown. I think you could become a fishing town now. She likes that I have science buildings. Thanks. Wouldn't mind getting education. Think I'll go for feudalism. Would love the influence from castles. I'll go for machinery. I have to, goddamn, I have to like get rid of this so I don't take penalties. That info is a mod, yeah. Did she declare because she's allied with August? I think she declared first. Alright, I need to try to get these guys to leave by shooting them. I'm going to punish him for declaring war on me, so he takes a little bit of a happiness penalty. It won't be much, but it will exist. Don't let that scout settler doodle escape. Damn, what's up with these, like, super long, snaky islands? The turtle ship not being available till the modern age, I agree. I think the turtle ship being in the modern age is very weird. I think they've made a lot of really weird decisions in this game. Alright, so the Horyong, city of Horyong is ready to build a madrasa. I think I'll build the madrasa here. Put us population right there, that's fine. Nothing to do. Let me purchase a fleet commander who will be able to provide combat bonuses and support. You should fortify. I don't want to go plundering. I wanted to just chill. Stupid AI buzz killing me? Alright, at least there's piety. Cultural attribute point. I think culture in settlements is good, because then we can get the culture from specialists. I don't think we change anything there. Ow. He one-shot me? He one-shot my boat. No! How were you in range? Where did you come from? You weren't even visible. Dude, I'm snapping. I'm snapping, man. Where did they were not invisible. I had chased them off. Dude, I'm about to go medieval. You're driving me crazy. You're not you when you're hungry, eat a Snicker. Classic ad. Bruh. They're killing me. Peace? God, this is going to torpedo my empire so hard if they capture that city. I need to feed the war exhaustion to make them less strong. Still using a tier 1 cog? Yes. But they shouldn't one-tap me with a catapult. What are you, crazy? They also take double damage. Why do they take double damage? From a catapult? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, my capital is under threat. I didn't notice it until just now. Promotion? Yeah, we want to take bombardments to be able to fight better. They're slamming us. Oh no! My fleet commander! I should have left the army commander in the city. What did I do that for? I'm stupid.
I worked my wits and thoughts about
So frustrating. That I thought the army commander and the fleet commander be in the city at the same time, but they cannot. I could defend this. Hold on. That's an important mistake to fix. I don't... Are they really going to make me start producing units to go to war? I don't want to. I want to just chill. Your leader perks, read them. It has been explained to you. You are thinking of Toyotomi. It is very dangerous to be wrong in my chat when I'm already not having a good time, Saul Luxville. Be careful. Toyotomi is the great unifier. His land units deal double attack and takes double damage when defending. I am SunSin. Who is a different leader. Also, you think these guys look the same? I'm not going to say it, but we're all thinking it. We're all thinking it, Saul. It's fine. My bad, was fixated on the wrong portrait. Whew, If you had doubled down there, well, chat would have been proud of you. That's for one thing. I was like, it sounds like you're just feeding cogs into the enemy armies. Come on, please. How long until peace? I need to survive 2 more turns in this brutal siege. I was bringing cavalry. The problem is they keep one-tapping my boats. Whereas, like, if I could get a critical mass of boats, it would be fine. But they keep one-tapping my boats. Because my leader doesn't have any combat strength bonuses, and we're up against +8. And I was really lazy, and I didn't try to, like, defend very effectively, and... Where's the merchant I sent over there? Why would you go across that much? Ocean, you're crazy. I agree, Civ 7 is a visual assault on the eyes. There's way too much going on in the user interface. +8 is the standard deity combat strength bonus. It's not even special. Ouch. No! Dongnay! Madongnay! I'm taking it back. The sudden face cam. That was a good bit. I made the "we're judging you" face. God, I lost so much money from losing that city, and I fucking lost 2 settlers on this stupid barbarian island. Domination switch incoming. And this war crippled my GDP per turn. Why did I lose my trade routes to... Oh, they were plundered. You should hinder their military production. They already have a military. What do you want? What does this do? 20% production. Done. Oof. The AI has really pissed me off now. That's okay. I know it's under threat. We're working on it. Killing the people who get in the water. If someone hasn't played since release, would you say the game feels significantly better or just a bit? That's a really subjective question. I think the game feels a little bit better to play in a lot of different ways. Lakshmi B has declared war on August. You need to give me back Dongnay. This is what I demand. Your variable has no place in my equations. Your life has no place in my equation. We got our mosque. Quickly repair my mine. In terms of production, the sawmill here. Wouldn't mind a grist mill right there. That's actually a really good grist mill, so we'll grab it. In terms of founding a religion, I don't even know why I can found a religion. I never built a temple. I don't even do a temple. This is some madness. I guess I'll be Shinto. It's whatever. I just like the little Torii gate symbol. Don't care. Don't care. Tithe. Feed the world. Oh yeah. I'm about to wipe out Ada Lovelace's entire empire. I can't believe I spent all this time and energy befriending them, blocking their denouncements, trading with them. Let's trade with Tabriz. And now they're plundering my trade. They're ruining my game. I mean, they're pretty effectively stopping my victory condition.
I have collected all the writings and burnt those which were of no use.
Tradition slot is great. I would like to, because I was relying so much on trade for my happiness, and now I'm just like crippled. I need a lot more happiness. Primitive accumulation would be good. And they stole my dong. They did steal my dong. I'll grab Classical Revival because it'll give us quite a bit of happiness, which will help us tank the negative happiness situation that we're in. Like Horyong is pretty unhappy. We want to build a mosque in here to try to improve the happiness situation. I'm going to grow this city. +1 happiness right here isn't bad, but it's -4 overall. Well, -3 overall if you do the calculation. So I'll take this there. Himiko likes me. I'm so pissed off by the AI, man. How dare they? We could get the enhancer belief. I think we will. Somebody mentioned Crusade. It might help us. We'll slowly push back towards Dongney with our boats. I'll keep buying boats. I probably should have just, like, realistically, I probably should have just let them take Dongney and then recapture it. Can you get an alliance with Himiko? I don't want to be in alliances because that drags me into wars. The whole point of not being in an alliance was to not get dragged into wars so that I didn't lose all my trade routes. So we'll go back to trading with Delhi. You might have missed that discussion. That I didn't want to get into alliances because I wanted to avoid this exact problem. Yeah, turtle ship would be so great right now. I agree. This is worth 12 happiness, which is so not very much. So I'll just take the diplomatic influence. We got our grist mill. I would like the sawmill. I think I'm going to build it right there, so that we get the forever quarter, giving +1 happiness or +1 adjacency to the science and culture of Hanseong. I'm trying to go trade with Ardles. I need to trade with Daizeifu. They're like killing my traders. Oh, dude, remember, I invested so much in my trade and empire, and now they're just dismantling it on me. I'm about to go... I can't even say I'm going to go medieval on their ass because it's the exploration age. I'm going to go exploration on their ass. Whoa! That's a different sentence. That's a different sentiment right there. Whoa! Hold on. Hang on a minute. That's not what I meant. I'm about to go modern on that ass. That ass is about to get antiquated. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think I'd like to build a temple so I can get missionaries. Use your military endeavor for combat strength. That's true. God, you're so right, and I'm being so lazy. I don't know why I bothered trying to defend the city when we could have just taken it back. You'll always be remembered for that quote. No! I don't want to be the ass exploring guy. No! Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's just not what I want to be known for. You explore one ass. You're the ass exploring guy. This age went so badly for me, dude. Like, it went... Well, it started out pretty okay. And then it was like we were on an uphill. We were on an upwards trajectory. And then it was just, oh no. And it's been oh no for a while. When am I going to get... Oh, kill your settlers, get wrecked. Life's no fun if you always win. People who say that are not winners. I'm just going to say it. Okay? Winning is so fun. I think saying that is so much cope. I'm sorry. Speaking as a guy who always wins, I can tell you it's awesome.
Yes. But
Winners have gold and sugar, and everything's spicy. I would love to get extra trade route range. I would love gold on gold buildings, but I'm going to go for the trade route range. That'll help us with trading. Now that we have heraldry, I would like to get castles for the influence. I have a ton of influence in store, actually, so that's something we should really consider making use of. If there was a military city-state somewhere... Aberfaw, you're not very useful, I don't think. I could go for this culture city-state, but do I care that much? Do a research collaboration with this guy. I'm trying to befriend people. Try to kill as many of her units as we can. And then bombard the city to retake it. Don't let that settler escape. We are the divine wind. I'm sorry. Alright, I need to get these settlers up. I'm infuriated that my settlers were killed. By Birarung, who I'm going to befriend now, after they killed my damn settlers. I just joined. Who is he fighting with? I'm fighting with Augustus of Rome and Ada Lovelace. They both like simultaneously invaded me, being really annoying. Let's see, happiness or science? I'll take the science. I think science is a little bit more important to me right now. In Horyong, I'll grab this. Lakshmibai has a message. She likes the fact that I have a lot of influence. I'm going to choose a belief. My enhancer belief. Where's Crusade? Give me that. Bam. I don't think we care about Reformation. I think in terms of culture places, I'm more interested in getting a hold of settlement limits. So I'm going to go for colonialism too. We got the temple in the capital. I am going to... maybe build some privateers and some... I'll build another fleet commander and then some privateers. Evangelism is new. I don't think we need evangelism. Oh, my goddamn units can't cross the water yet. Let me buy a... Wait, I'm not allowed to buy privateers? Huh. Oh, there they are. Buy a privateer so we can go protect this. Alright, we're going to work on retaking Dongnay. Chip away at that. And I'm going to invest into Birarung again, so we befriend them in 10 turns, which is not too far away. Every game of Civ turns into a domination. Well, I mean, Civilization is a domination game at heart, right? Like, if you really think about it, like, you could do, like, the analysis of the gameplay that, like, reinforces colonialist perspectives and all this sort of... Like, I would actually be super interested. I'm not capable of doing this because I don't know the theory well enough, but it would be super interesting to see a 4X game analysis, like, of the genre from a Marxian, you know, whatever you call it, analysis angle, right? So we took Dongnay back. Will she peace? If I pay you 400 gold, will you back off? Okay, pay her off. I took my city back.
This matter is most remarkable.
He killed Tabriz. Nerd? I'm gonna kill that guy who keeps calling me a nerd. I'm gonna find him! I'm not a fucking nerd! Nerd house! We definitely want to buy more merchants. The thing that sucks about getting your merchants killed is it doesn't make them cheaper. It's like I don't think your merchants ever get cheaper. They just get more expensive. And so, like, killing someone's merchants is such a pain in the dick. You shouldn't give in to the Ada Lovelace. It's fine. I'm actually thinking we should give in to terrorists more. No, wait. Don't clip that. It was a joke. I was yoking. You son of a bitch, Totoyomi! Toyotomi! What the fuck? What? No! He's gonna fucking settle my spot! Mother... I thought Civilization is supposed to be fun, dude! Sitting in your corner of the map and stacking bonuses is not fun? That's just like, your opinion, dude. God. Dude, I had such a good snowball going, and my gold per turn now is just dog. Reconcile. I have to invest a whole bunch of resources into rebuilding my relationship with this lady, who just for no reason... Bin Laden DLC comes out in January, JK. You know who wasn't there on January 6th, by the way? Bin Laden. Just saying. Okay. Take the food out of the capital. Stick in happiness. No. Ada Lovelace is my waifu. That's kind of messed up. I don't know why you would say that. Because she's my waifu. Delete that settling pin. Dude, I'm so mad at the AI for doing this to me. Look what they reduced me to. The psychological damage that they've done. I'll piece you out for 200 influence and 400 gold. Give me the influence. Potato the snoozing loser? I don't understand. Because I'm putting my units to sleep? I was trying to settle this, and then I got a war declared on me. Alright, we got a fleet commander here. I'm going to make some privateers so I can go be a pain in the ass. You snoozed and lose the settle spot. Were you not here? Did you miss? Did you miss what happened where I got war declared on and 2 settlers got murked? Even though I had like a cog in the area and there was no swordsman in vision? The thing is, I just want the war to be over. That's the reward for me. Cope? You cope these nuts right in your mouth. Okay, so we can build a dungeon now. I will purchase a dungeon in Gaisong. Beautiful. That's all we can build in here now, so that's influence done. I'll go for feudalism for the extra settlement limit. What's the point of all the settlement limit, man? It's like there's no reason. Hanseong, I would like to start building merchants again. I would really like the dungeon. I'll build the dungeon first before I go for merchants. Blech. We got a mosque in Horyong. I would love to build the dungeon. It's a +2 adjacency right here, which feels good. We'll go ahead and grab that and we'll place pop right there. Yes, why don't you come to the capital and heal? Think about the poor fleet commander who is so thirsty for experience. You know, I have a unit for it. I need to up my science. I'm busy. Stop tempting me with war. You temptress. Here's 11 science. Beautiful. I need to get my merchants back. God, I'm so sad about my merchants. Is it better to Civ 6 or Civ 7? I can't make that purchasing decision for you, dude. Like, Which one's cheaper? How much money do you make? Is money an option? Is time an option? What do you care? Do you care about being a part of a game's development? Do you want to give the developers feedback and participate in the game's development? Because you can't do that with 6. It's not just like which one's better. There's like so much that goes into that question that I don't even think you know what kind of question you're asking. You don't think. Hanseong has grown, and I would love to build more specialists, but the hunger, well, it's a nice gold tile. Bursa is so goated. Oh, hey, 125 science. We love it. Settler is going to be in position in 2 turns. Okay. You can come back now. You didn't find anything. My advice would be, if you want to play a game that is quote-unquote finished, then Civ 6 is the better choice, because it's no longer getting developed. If you want to participate in the evolution of a game, either by just playing it as it gets evolved, then get Civ 7. That would be like assuming they're the same price and you have like money isn't an option, then it comes down to like, okay, which one is on sale? How much are they on sale for? What about the DLC? You know, Civ 7 is going to get more DLC, and then there's going to be a founders pack or a what you call it, you know, when they bundle it all together into one thing.
Colonialism is not satisfying.
There's colonialism. We can get more gold and production from specialists. I would like to do that. So I'm going to drop the +2 food. And I'm going to plug in +2 production from specialists. That'll really crank out the capitals. A bundle pack. Yeah, you know when they did, like the thing that they did with the Civilization 6, right? Where you bundled everything together in like one big package. Yeah, I think I will go, well, this isn't actually a very good fishing town. It's a really good resort town. So I think we make this into a resort town. In terms of temple construction, we don't really have mountains in here. I'm kind of interested in buying observatories first. So let's see, that's 2, 3, 3, 3. There's a 3 adjacent to the observatory right there. I'll take the 3 adjacency observatory right there. Let's repair everything. I wouldn't mind getting the temple. There's a nice temple. Okay, in terms of civics, I don't even know if I care about settlement limit anymore, because all the land that I wanted to claim has been just like destroyed in value. So maybe we go for bureaucracy for constitution. All right, we got a merchant. We go to Manchester. We keep making merchants. You have a promotion, believe it or not. Do you have a mod to see the benefits of town specialization? Yes, I have several mods in this game. Mods? Privateer slam. Okay, we're going to settle right here. Have 3 specialists in distant lands. Oh my god. I don't even have the city limit for that. How would I have known that I could do that quest? Well, that's annoying. But we did get our 3 thingies up. And we can start developing the city. I'll go for fishing key. And I'll save some money and we'll develop it more next turn. Democracy is lame. Red face, droopy eyes. Civ 7 looks so much better. Disagree. Heavily. So we have access to the inn now, which is a food building, food and happiness. Then we've got settlement limit, and we've got Nan Madol. Okay. I think I would like to get shipbuilding because I'm tired of having trouble crossing the ocean. So shipbuilding will help with that a lot. I would like to get this sawmill. I think that one of these things benefits from production adjacency, even if it's a warehouse, so I'll put it there. And you're going to chill here waiting for shipbuilding. You're going to heal up waiting for shipbuilding. Do some damage to Chevalier. Live stream, what's the occasion? Just for fun. The occasion is that I have a bunch of videos that are in my backlog to release. And so there's not much point recording more. So I said, let's live stream. Because there's a new update for Civ. So there's Thera erupting. Totomi is unhappy with the fact that I have low culture and land units. This war would be easier if the UI was better. About everything to do with Civ, to be honest with you. There's the we got another merchant. I wouldn't mind building the inn. We don't have the most amazing spots for it, so I think we'll skip the inn in this city. I will go ahead and keep purchasing merchants. I wish I was able to tell if you had someone on the way to a place. I will go to Ostia for the camels. Civ 6 looked cleaner, but I like how Civ 7 looks like someone who isn't the one play. I think this game just looks really messy from a user interface point of view, and it makes it difficult to play. Listen, we have this discussion every time you play the game, and people are getting tired of it. I don't think the game looks good. And to be clear, the game looks great. At this angle, it looks dog shit at this angle. 10 out of 10? 0 out of 10. 10 out of 10? 0 out of 10. Okay? That's my opinion. Okay, I don't see any camels. I want gold and stuff. The Zaifu we for sure want to get to, so I'll send a merchant over there. You got your sawmill. I wouldn't mind building an inn again in this city. We have a +3 adjacency. Oh, that's a nice spot right there, actually. Yeah, that's a really nice spot. Will you play Medieval 3? I would love to. Will you is a different question. I would love to, but I cannot say that I will. I don't know. So my thought is, and I've said this a million times, when they were crafting the tiles for this game, they did it from this point of view. And they were like, oh, we're going to make this game look like a goddamn beautiful handcrafted diorama. And honestly, they nailed it, with the exception of, I hate that the sun, I can't change where the sun is like I could in Civ 6, because I think the angle they chose for the sun is really terrible, in particular for water, because if you look at the water reflections. Anyway, the point is, they were like, oh, I'm going to craft a diorama. And they nailed it. They nailed this beautiful diorama look. One of the problems is, because everything in the game is lit from the top right, like the sunlight is coming from this part of the screen, you're actually looking at everything in shadow, so all the colors look washed out. Like, these units look so bright and vibrant from behind, but you're always looking at the shadow side. And I'm like, why would you put the side that's in shade as the players? Listen, you've just washed out all the colors. Look how bright and vibrant this purple is on this side. Look how dark and dingy it is on this side. Dark, dingy. Ugh. Switch. Beautiful, bright, vibrant, dark, dingy. I'm not crazy, okay? This is like, I actually think this is a legitimate problem with the game. That, like, from this angle, the game looks better. Yeah, you can change the sun angle and... Wait, new tech unlocked? I got my camera to stay stuck. Wait, hold on. No, 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 no. Hold on. There's got to be a way to recreate this. I suppose from this angle, everything looks a little washed. Like too bright. From this angle, things have depth, I guess. If I were to give the devs credit. But like, everything in shadow just looks so much worse. Let's see if I can get a good example of this. Like, the colors from this angle just look so beautiful and vibrant. And the colors from this angle just look so bad. Beautiful, vibrant, bad. Beautiful, vibrant, blah. Yay, boo, yay, boo, yay, boo. Am I crazy? I'm not crazy. The effect, like the thing about the terrain is it's less noticeable for volcanoes. Because for the terrain, having the shadow towards the player actually creates like a really beautiful aesthetic. Whereas like from this side, it just looks like World of Warcraft mountains from 2008. You know what I mean? Like, this is beautiful, shadowed, depth, amazing, amazing. Oh, flat, boring, flat, boring. Oh, shadowed, depth, amazing, beautiful, gorgeous. Oh, flat, boring. And there's like this wide range of beautiful to depth. You can, you know what I mean? And it's sort of like Notre Dame. Like, the beautiful building is lit from the wrong side. Oh my god. You know what they needed to do is they needed to not have a global illumination. Everything needed to be lit independently. Baked into the model. Its own lighting. This global illumination thing that they did with the sun. Like, look at this, right? Look how bad, like, this just looks so drab. You turn the camera around and it looks bright, gorgeous, and vibrant. Look at that. And the same is for like this. This looks really drab, and we turn around, and now it looks gorgeous. Like, this is the Hanging Gardens. You know what I mean? Am I crazy? Look at it. Look. The Hanging Gardens. It's like so mid, and then you turn it around and it just pops. You made it pop. It's popping. Not popping. Popping. Not popping. Popping. Not popping. Now, I actually think the Pyramid of the Sun, because of its angle, works quite well from any angle. This one looks good from any lighting angle. The Tomb of Askia. This one's hard to tell. I don't think it makes a huge difference. Trying to find, like, what is this? It doesn't work in the Fog of War because everything's in shade. Okay, if you never showed me this thing with the sun, I don't think I would have ever noticed. But now it's ruined for me too. Here's the thing. You did notice, you just didn't know how to articulate it. You knew it was there. You just didn't know how to say it. Your brain knew it. Because look, the game from this angle, very drab. The game from this angle looks like Civ 6. You see it, right? Look how bright and shiny and gorgeous. Yay. You see it, right? You see what I'm talking about. The bright, beautiful colors. And then everything's in shade. And it's crazy that if I whip the camera back and forth, you can see the color palette change in real time. Because the shadows, once the shadows are there, it just adds this depth that actually makes everything drab. Anyway, that's my hot take. Manchester. We'll trade. Setting up our trade routes again. Because our trade routes got crushed, unfortunately. Where that makes sense, but you run into the issue where everything then pops, which makes nothing feel special and hurts visual clarity just a bit. I think everything popping and everything not popping are roughly equivalent, so why wouldn't you just make everything pop? Possible trade routes. I think I will go to... Wait, hold on. I don't care if someone's competing with my religion. It's not important to me. Does being 90 degrees from the default reach an okay compromise? I think so. Like, either, well, it's more like divided by 6 because you got to be in line with the middle bottom of the tile. The problem is that, like, they just needed to... Don't use global illumination. Treat each tile like a sprite that you're baking. No one cares about your shadows in a 4X game. I'm sorry. There is no need for you to have a shadow artist on a 4X strategy game. It's not necessary. And I'm sorry to the guy who worked on the shadows and lighting. You're incredibly good at your job, and you were given an impossible task, and unfortunately, just somebody in the decision-making tree should have said, maybe we shouldn't do it this way. New victory tier, transcendent victory. So if I have 6 times whoever the second person is on the economic side of things, I will win. We're probably not going to get to 22,000 GDP. Relationship will decrease by 60. I'm going to cancel that. I do not want her to denounce me again. I am going to reconcile. Open borders. She tries to block it. Improve trade relations. I'm going to research collaboration. She rejected it. That's okay. I'm going to reconcile with you. Open borders. He has to pay to block it. That's good. We're still building merchants. There's probably one main position of the sun as the main source of light. If each tile would have its own light source, it would probably add... You can just bake lighting. You don't need to have a million light sources. You can pre-bake the lighting and how it looks and make it into essentially a 3-dimensional sprite. You don't need global lighting, in my opinion. It's computationally the same as loading a texture. Like, well, okay. It's slightly more expensive, but listen. Hold on, let me look up. I need to make pre-baked shadows. Yeah, pre-baked shadows are lighting details calculated in advance and saved onto textures or light maps instead of being computed live by the computer. Yeah, I think I don't think they should go with a global illumination. I think they should go with pre-baked lighting. That's a hot take I'm going to drop. Lawrence Sontag. Lawrence Sontag. Who's that guy? Known as the quintessential gamer, was a co-founder, producer, editor, and on-screen talent for Funhouse. I don't know him. I know Funhouse, but I don't know him. Is he going to stream tomorrow? Maybe. It depends on if you guys are good in chat. So we've got a narrative choice here. I'll take the culture. Sounds good. There's bureaucracy. I would like my specialists to be cheaper to maintain. I don't want to drop rites and rituals. I think we can drop classical revival because I do think that cheaper specialist maintenance is worth it, even though it's slightly worse. I would like to build a temple. We don't really have adjacency for temples. Ooh, we could get +1 culture for being adjacent to this. I'll pop it right there. Sounds good. Choosing a civic. We've got 3,000 gold in the bank, so we do want to think about that. Gaining a relic. Society. Oh yeah, I would like to get happiness from specialists. That would be nice. We have a migrant. A migrante. They do a gaming news show, Inside Games. He goes off in game lighting, ray tracing at times. Sounds like my kind of guy. Resort Town would give us a lot of money, but I do like Fishing Town. So I'm going to go Fishing Town. I have a ton of gold. I think I'm going to invest into Gangneung. Let's get the harbor first so we can start setting up the fishing capabilities of this town. In terms of the observatory, there's a +3 observatory right there. This is a +3 observatory as well, so I would like to get that. That's 9 science per turn. We do have a +2 kiln here, so I'll grab that. A +1 temple is pretty good. Then I'll just pop down a granary. Spider-Man Puddlegate. I don't know what Spider-Man Puddlegate is. I'm gonna be real with you. But I really think like video games need to go back to the older, simpler techniques, not these crazy computationally expensive ones. Beware the happiness from specialists directly replaces rites and rituals in case your towns are dependent on it. I don't know if we're dependent on rites and rituals. I think that's fine. We're still cracking out merchants to try to rebuild our trade empire that got dismantled. I wouldn't mind trading with Kamakura, so I'll send a merchant off that way. I have to say, I'm still having fun playing the game. Like, I'm sitting here with a smile on my face, talking about the game, having a good time. Thank you for the prime, by the way. Thibaut from France. I didn't see that prime. Gangneung has grown. I'll go for the Cowrie. I want this Cowrie to be in my gold city. Of course, it fell off my mouse. I'll move the fish. I'll move the Cowrie into this city. 6.5, perfect. In the past of games, shift busted, you were screwed. Now at least you may get some fixes. Did that really happen? Were there any games? People say this, but I can't think of any games that shipped busted and were never fixed. Maybe the ET game. But like, how far in the past are we talking? Right, let's trade with Ostia. Yeah, they had to ship all the major issues before they had to fix all the major issues before they shipped. Yeah, it was like considered like unacceptable to ship a broken game unless you were like super unethical and were completely up shit's creek from a development point of view. All right, so I'll pop a camel in here and some resources. Oh, I didn't actually have to take anything out. I'll pop that back in. Beautiful. Then we'll play a game called Terra Invicta. It's incredible. Are you trying to bait me into playing the game more? How dare you? It's a game that's a game that's a commitment is the problem. Really, really fun game. Probably want to trade with Kaga. God, I was going to settle here too. Hideyoshi is just ruining me. Fuck that guy. Go trade with Sheffield. Improve trade relations. She has to accept it. Get wrecked. She has no influence. She won't block it. Who is this guy? Give me open borders. Reject? Oh yeah, well, reject my research collab. Yeah, get wrecked. Augustus? I think he's already upset with me. You. I'm just looking for new strategy games to play. Terra Invicta is really good. Really good game. But it's like a 70-hour commitment or something.
If shipbuilding art were in the wood, ships would exist by nature.
Okay, so there's shipbuilding. Shipyard is available. So this is a water building. It provides production. Very nice. Then we've got the Karak. We've got naval units can travel. Okay, perfect. So we no longer need to worry about deep ocean, which is really nice. Do we want to go for shipbuilding 2? I don't think I plan on building the Havana Harbor. Innovation isn't really important to us. I think we would probably want to get education to go for more science and the specialist limit. So I think that's what we'll go for. I'm going to prevent him from killing my culture. I am going to take the food and maintenance from specialist because I think 600 gold at this phase of the game just isn't very much. I'm going to take out Constitution. And I'm going to plug in Wonder Adjacency because it's a lot of happiness. And then I'll plug in Constitution again. So that's shifting things around. Our temple has been completed in Horyong. Let's go ahead and build a shipyard. I'll build it on top of the wharf. This will lower... Is the lighthouse providing GDP? Do out-of-date gold buildings provide GDP? And don't answer what you think. Answer what you know. Careful talking about spreadsheets. That's an adult topic. I'm actually not sure. Me neither. That's why I'm asking. Okay, I will take out the crabs. I'll plug in the piglets. I will take out the... I'll just put elephants down here instead. They need to do a better job? Oh, that was a full sentence, dude. They definitely need to do a better job. I know you wrote words after that about the UI, but I don't think they were very necessary.
Oh, for a muse of...
Let's see. Renaissance, Haliokiwi. Somebody's already built some of these, so we don't care about that. Choosing a city-state bonus. Culture from culture buildings is pretty good. Culture on specialists is okay. I think we would get a lot out of the culture from culture buildings. Social policy slot would be cool too. I think we take the culture from culture buildings. That'll get us... wow, not as much as I thought. They do not provide GDP in any age they are not built in. Okay, cool. No, it says in the economic screen that gold buildings the current age provide GDP. Oh, does it actually say that in it? Let me see here. For each gold building from the current age. Okay. Good shout. Thank you, my loves. Yeah, I would like to keep building merchants, but I do think that a shipyard is tempting. We don't have good spots for an inn. Actually, we do have a good spot for an inn over here. I'll build that in. In terms of adjacency, that's a lot of gold right there, so we'll grab it. And Renaissance, I don't think we need to worry about Renaissance. Potato is playing Civ 7. Condolences, my good sir. Why? It's a good game. Looks inside. We do want to trade with Birarung, so I'll send a merchant over there. So in Guy's Song, I'm going to purchase a settler because I see an actual place we could get a couple, like use up this settlement limit in. In Horyang, I'll send it to Hanseong, because that's where my migrants are probably best put to use in my capital. Okay, Hanseong has grown. I think I like the idea of building up this... ooh, that's a lot of production there. But I do like the building up this gold tile. That feels really nice to me. In Sheffield, I think we trade with Sheffield here. We still haven't traded with London, which is kind of funny. We got our first treasure convoy. We'll send that to Dongney. You're scouting for me. Good, 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 good. I'll have you scout this way. Oh, hello, Stockholm. Do we want to befriend Stockholm? It's probably not a bad befriend, honestly. Rah, 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 rah. Bad befriend. I'll repair everything in here. We could get the grist mill. I'll build it. Then I'll get a sawmill. Boosh. A mighty one, potentially. Boosh. Boosh. Ilopango volcano has erupted. I don't think it really changes anything. Hanseong has finished its inn. Let's go ahead and get the shipyard. I'll put the shipyard with the lighthouse, I guess, because it gets adjacency. There's a trade opportunity with Mediolanum. I got into Civ at 6, and then after disappointment at 7, I purchased 5 on sale, but I haven't booted it up yet. In a short statement, what do you think Civ 5 does better than Civ 6? Civ 5 does a better job of giving the player the ability to choose between tall and wide. Tall being like a small number of cities that are really strong, wide being a large number of cities that are each individually not as strong. Like big empire versus small empire, and making those a competitive choice. That's one of the main things that Civ 5 does, which makes it a lot of fun, because if you like building big empires, you can do that, and you don't feel like you're falling behind. But also, if you like building small empires, you can do that, and you don't feel like you're falling behind either. Civ 5 city-states were really good. I really do think that like the ultimate city-state system borrows parts from Civ 5, Civ 6, and Civ 7. Like the Civ 6 city-state abilities were so damn interesting. The Civ 7 city-state formation system is super interesting. But Civ 5 had some of these fundamental interactions that you could do that just felt nice to have access to. Like pledging protection, etc. Good morning, Potato. Yeah, it's wow, I should really start playing faster, because I gotta wrap up my stream in the not too distant future. Oh, hello. It's getting late. Ouch, ouch. I gotta cook dinner soon. Gangneung has grown. Let's grow to the crabs. That'll give us food. Happiness in cities isn't very valuable for us, so I'll take the government, the diplomatic influence. I think... Let me see, do I have a trader that I can select? Let me improve trade relations with you, and I'll improve trade relations with you. And we can kind of analyze certain things. Well, you're going to London. That's your job. Let me buy a merchant here. They're getting expensive. Hey, Potato, just got back from living in Ireland. It was gorgeous, although I was in Dublin for most of it. What's your favorite part of Ireland? I think favorite part of Ireland is a very broad question. Okay, it's a very simple question on the surface, like, oh, I really like this place. But like, what's my favorite part of the country? For what reason? Like, I really like Dublin because it is the big city. Everything is there. You've got shows, you've got bars, you've got restaurants, you've got... it's really convenient for getting around. Like, the public transport isn't perfect, but it's one of the best places in the country for public transport. But there are things I don't like about Dublin. Like, there's things I like about smaller towns. Like, there's things I like about the West Coast. Like the beautiful mountains and the countryside. There's things I like about Cork because it's kind of like that mid-sized city that's a bit scrappy, but it's just like a beautiful place to live and visit. And so like a favorite place in Ireland is like hard to quantify, but I really like Cork. I really like Dublin. And I just like Ireland as a country. I think, okay, sure, there's like some rough areas, and you know, not everything is perfect, but there's a lot of stuff I really like about it. So it looks like it automatically plugged this in, or am I crazy? Yeah, okay, fine. That is what I was going to plug in, but like, ask me, bro. Looking to move to Ireland, what areas should I visit to see? What would be best for cost of living? So a cost of living map of Ireland is going to be a population density map. That's the simplest way that I can describe it. The closer you are to an urban center, the more expensive it's going to be. If you're willing to live in a commuter town, there's a couple of railways that run. There's one that runs from Galway to Dublin. There's one that runs from Cork to Dublin. There's one that runs from Dublin to Wexford, the Dart, and then there's Dart North. So like, the closer you live to Dublin, and then the denser towards the center of Dublin you live, the more expensive it's going to be. Like, to put it into perspective, I bought a house, and I bought it in the Midlands, sort of like outside. That's where I'm living right now. And to buy the same house in Dublin would have cost me like 1.3 million euro. Which would have been just like an insane mortgage, like $3,500 per month, like just a ridiculous amount of money. And like, we wouldn't have qualified for it. We would have had to save up a lot more money. But is Ireland in a housing crisis? The entire English speaking world is in a housing crisis. Where I live, the commute is an hour. So I live somewhere where, depending on the time that you leave, the commute can be like 40 minutes to 90 minutes, depending on the traffic. Bad traffic, 90 minutes. Okay, traffic, you're getting there in 40. So I think if you are coming to live to work in Ireland, the commuter towns are good. So like, you're talking about, I think the commuter towns are like Dublin, Selbridge. This is if we're following the train line. Nath, Newbridge, Sallins, Port Arlington, Maynooth, Port Leash. That's the one with the prison where they keep the IRA. And then there's the something Junction, Cork. I don't know them. The whole world has a housing crisis. Well, the big problem is that the average house size has decreased, right? It used to be that 5 people would live together forever or whatever. People would die young. Now people are living really long and they want to live in 2 people households. Your screen is showing save. I didn't have the map open. I was just like thinking. Let's grab the settlement limit. Maybe it'll be useful. Maybe it won't be. I've got a shipyard. I don't really need to build medieval walls, so I'll just build some merchants. In Dubai, units are so small if you're looking for an apartment, for example. Yeah, but then you gotta live in Dubai. And like, I'm sure there's nice places in Dubai, but the stories I've heard about how certain workers are treated in Dubai make me feel like it doesn't sound like a very pleasant place to live. That's my diplomatic answer. You're illegal in Dubai? Based? Why? What did you do? London trade route. You have a house already? You're rich? Oh, yeah. From the perspective of like a certain point of view, absolutely I'm rich. For my age, I'm doing great. That's why I'm not begging for subs. I mean, I love money. I would take more money. Drank a beer on the street or something? Lesbian and trans? Based. Is being trans illegal in Dubai? I don't actually know much about Dubai other than a couple of stories about like how like DoorDash workers who are from Southeast Asia are treated. Okay, so there's education, university, there's the Shwadagan Zedida, and plus specialist limits. So we do want to build the university if we can. Horyong can get specialists now. I think we would like to put specialists on the madrasa because that's a forever district. It would also be nice to get them on the Kothon. Not legal, but there's too many gay and trans. There's not legal, but there's too many gay and trans in Dubai and they're part of society. The way you phrase that makes it sound like you don't approve. So, what? There's too many of them. I've been to Monkstown and Cork. That's where I was staying when I visited Cork. Probably the most beautiful. I've never been to Monkstown in memory. No. Haven't been to Monkstown. This is a +4 adjacency. No, I'm okay with it. My point is they're safe to live in Dubai. I see. Okay. Just the way you said it, it was like, there's too many of them. Too many of these damn people living their lives in my Dubai. All right, let's kill this. We're pogging. All right, Gangneung. I would like to what's your impression of Joseon so far? They're super fun to play. I don't know if they're strong, but they're super fun to play. That's my take on them. Gotta get away. I think Joseon are really fun. I don't know. I don't really care if they're strong or weak. No, don't kill me. It's not like really important for me. It's whether or not they feel good to play, and I think they feel good to play. I think they're fun. I think they have like an interesting gameplay style that I really appreciate. Gotta get away, holy diver. What's the science and culture of other civs? I mean, yeah, but I didn't focus on that. I've been focusing on my GDIP. Thanks for the content. I always sleep so well when I watch your videos. Or any way you could turn down your outro? I always seem to wake up to it. No, I'm not going to do it louder now. How dare you ask me that? Can't believe this guy. Coming in here telling me to turn down my intro. I'm sorry. I just like, it's how I get myself into the mood of making a video, because it's like I hype myself up and I'm like, hey spuddies, Potato Big Whiskey here, and welcome back to Let's Play Civilization 7, where we're playing SunSin as Joseon. Let's go ahead and pop our settler in over here, and we're gonna go over here. Oh, we got like this commander in here. I got a privateer right here. I'm just going to be annoying and kill random units because that's just the way that I roll. I have this boat over here that I want to just put like on auto explore, but it won't let me. Oh no! Run away! That sounded pre-recorded? Dude, you have no idea how many times I've done a haste buddies. I can pull them out of the bag like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, okay? Hey spuddies, Potato Big Whiskey here, and welcome back to Let's Play Civilization 7. Today we are playing as SunSin as Joseon. Ooh, curiosity knows no limits. We got a quest here for SunSin. So if we place two more specialists in Hanseong, we will get a scientific attribute point. Now that is going to be really nice. I think it would be really nice for us to get a scientific attribute point, because if we go up and take a look at our scientific attribute tree, the next thing that we could unlock would be a 15% production boost towards constructing buildings, which would then potentially enable an extra science. Now, in our civics tree, we have quite a few choices. Unfortunately, I don't think the choices here are going to really impact our game. It would be nice to go ahead and grab social class, because a little bit of innovation is nice, and the science from specialists would be quite useful. But there's nothing in here that is really going to change our game, unfortunately. Which is quite sad, really, because I was hoping to benefit here. I do say that imperialism is quite nice for the +10 trade range and the +2 science and trade routes. So I might go ahead and try to pick up imperialism here. I think that's good. Yeah, I think I need to go find somewhere safe to park this guy to heal up. Nagulu Mapu is over here. Oh, I think I'm going to go ahead and try to wipe them off the Nagulu map. Hanseong has finished a university, which is fantastic. I think we're going to go ahead and keep producing merchants. We produce them relatively quickly because in this city, we have a ton of truffles, which give you a 20% unit production bonus. In Horyong, we just finished another merchant. I think it would be good for us to build the university. And while we don't necessarily have fantastic university tiles, we can put it adjacent to the Ulema quarter, which will get us 23 science per turn, which is really nice. I can't really tell why the game wants me to change my policies in here. It's fine. Yeah, my merchant wouldn't mind trading with Kabul. Are there any camels on the go? Okay, Aurangabad has camels and Birurung has camels. I think this is where I wish it was easier to tell where your traders are already heading. But I'll send a trader to Birurung, and if we've already sent someone there, that's fine. We'll send them somewhere else. Just get them on the move. This settler I'm going to go ahead and position right here, because if I go to the map tax mod and I grab the city center and I place it right there, you can see this is going to capture the vast majority of the value in this area. So I think settling right here feels good. Unfortunately, I don't have auto explore in my cogs, which is kind of driving me crazy because I have to like manually move them around. Don't need a prostate exam until at least 40 based on family risk. 50 for most of us. I know a guy who'll do it. 10 bucks. Alright, got a merchant in here. I do have the policy yields mod, but I didn't actually activate it. I think trading with Hull would be good. There's a couple of empire resources there, so we'll send a merchant up there. The Cowrie I would like to attach to my capital, so I'm going to maybe pop out the elephants. I'll plug them in down here because I'm trying to generate as much gold as possible out of my capital. Like, this is worth 6.5 gold. Privateer, I'm going to hide this privateer this way. Not enough of your mom jokes. You can't just force them. They gotta happen naturally. You gotta be like in a really serious moment. Oh, sick. There's a +1 expansionist attribute point. Now, we did already pick up the +1 settlement limit. Wait, is this now an exclusive thing? You can only get one of these? Interesting. +1 food in your cities per town that you own is quite strong, but I would like to get the 5% growth rate in cities so that I can get the 15% food refund when we grow specialists. That would be really, really nice. And Heiju has grown. Let's grab the crabs and the jade, and then I would like to move to the cowrie. Perfect. Stockholm, we're already befriending them. They'll be our friends in 13 turns. In terms of resource assignments, I think assigning the jade to this city would feel really good. I think I will cut an elephant out. Plug in the jade. I'll take a fish out of this city and move it down south, and then move a happiness resource in. Ooh, I'm missing a cowrie in here. I'll take pearls and put them down here. Move in the cowrie, so we're making crazy gold. And I'll move some elephants down here as well. Beautiful. After all this time with the Civ 7, what do we think about the towns mechanic? I think it's a good mechanic. I think it's interesting. I think it's fun. Mostly, I think it's fine. So in Heiju, I would like to build a fishing quay. That's going to be 10 food per turn. I would like to build a harbor. That's going to be 4 food, 5 production per turn. I would like to also build out our other infrastructure. I think I'll grab an observatory because that's an 8 science building right there. We'll grab the kiln because that's going to be an 8 culture building right there. I'll put a temple on top of that. We want to get the brickyard and the saw pit. We'll get the granary and the sawmill, and then next turn we'll have the money to kind of improve things. Right, you go ahead and heal up. I'll kind of start scooching forward to hit up Nagulu Mapu, so I can clear them off the map and potentially settle in that area. It was the outro that disturbed his sleep. Oh, my outro. My bad. I misread. So we're going to be traded with Aurangabad. That's going to get us a camel. So we'll plug a camel in here. Then I want to look and see, are there any gold generating resources? Yeah, we've got the tin. Plug that in. Otherwise, I will just grab a... I'll grab a crab for the little bit of extra food. Pop it in there. Beautiful. Excuse me. I said pop in the crab. Crab hammer. Crab hammer. Okay, let me talk to Ada Lovelace. I'm going to do military aid with her. She'll support it. You need to hide inside the city here. That's the ideal. Shoot this guy. We want to clear Nagulu Mapu off the Mapu so we can disperse the independent. Because we want to settle in here. Heiju. I'm going to build a stone cutter right there. The city will get up and running nice and quick. We should be able to buy settlers in here, which we'll be able to expand over here. Are there any non-strategy 4X games that you enjoy play? Yeah, I love Apex Legends. I love banging your mom. I love roguelikes. I love RPGs. I like playing World of Warcraft. I like playing Dota 2. I like playing... Your mom? No. I like playing League of Legends. I like lots of games. I like shooters. I did a stream of Apex Legends once upon a time. You can go search it up. I'm like not bad. I'm not great, but I'm not bad. Defensive settlement, I don't care. We're befriending Stockholm, so it shouldn't be a problem. They'll be a friend in one turn. One turn from now, they'll be friends. You know what's funny? When I open this screen, I never look here. I click on this Stockholm, and I click here to see this information. That's the only time I ever click on Stockholm. Which is, like, part of me is like, why is that information not just... Because I click on the screen, and 3 UI elements load, and in order, the one that I care about is this. I look here, I glance here for a micro... That's why when you see me click on a city state, I'll do this, right? I'll click on it, glance, okay, I see what I saw. Boom, closed it. I'm like, oh, boom, all right, we're already out. And like this forced animation, right? There's like a second here where I can't move, right? You watch my mouse wiggle. I'm gonna left click the map. Like, I can't move, right? I'm left clicking. See that pause? There's like a pause. It's like, what? Bad gameplay friction. There's good gameplay friction and there's bad gameplay friction. Sometimes it's bad for you to add a little friction to your game. It's true. Sometimes it's bad for you. To add a little bit of friction. It's true. You know what? Like in Civ 6, they said you got to play the map. In Civ 7, you got to play the sub menus. Jesus, that's harsher. I love watching you too, Ellie Bueller. I really like the way you put your socks on in the morning. Okay. I do like this. That's a nice city right there. Then we can put a fishing town right here to feed. It's true. Buy a settler. For me, it's not that it's good. I would recommend it shows you how much it's missing. Each time you change age, you forget how to build a bridge. True! Why are we forgetting how to build bridges, dude? So... It's Eli Buller. What did I call you? Eli Buller? Eli Buller. I don't know. Don't you dare move a tile south. I will raise this fucking city to the ground if you move a tile south. Napoleon? He better not move. Right, trade with Biro Rung. I just want dams. True. Okay, we'll put the camels in. Assign 45 resources, plus 2 for every assigned resource. I suppose we'll just stick an elephant in there. You forget how to build walls too? True! It doesn't make sense from like a... Why? Why is she attacking me? I have reconciled with her. I have traded with her. I have sent her deals. What could she possibly gain from this that is better than being at peace with me? I'll put a specialist on the Kothon. Heiju has grown. Keep growing to the fishing tiles. I called him Ellie Buller. Sidmar, give me canals and my life is yours. Why would she declare war? There's no reason. There's no point. You son of a... I'm gonna burn that city down. I'm gonna burn Le Havre to the ground. Le Havre. Take her dog. Huh? Raggy. Napoleon, you are denounced. I denounce your military presence. I infiltrate your military. Why would she do this? There's no reason. Burn down London and settle in its place. Rome! Why is Rome also declaring war on me? Maybe they're allies. That's the problem. What is the point? Culture from Specialist sounds like it's pretty nice. I'll take that. Is it possible to play tall in Civ 7? Not really. Not in the way that you can in Civ 5. Playing tall was a thing in Civ 5 and Civ 5 only. And that's why we stand Civ 5 in this house. God, the temptation to just wipe her empire off the map. Alright, in Heiju, I'm going to keep buying Carracks. I think once I have about 4 Carracks in the area, we should be able to completely smash Napoleon's life force into smithereens. We'll be taking a few of his cities. Menagerie, Pavilion. This war just seems so pointless. I would like to get urban planning for the specialist limit and the bank. I would also like to discover calculus, because that's a scientific attribute point, which would be really nice. So urban planning would be fun. 17 turns feels like a long time to research that. Yeah, Menagerie, Pavilion. Running out of tiles to place things. I'm going to build a pavilion because it's +1 happiness on quarters. And then I'll save room for a bank. Do not trade with him. His empire is made of lies. God, trade relations are so expensive. I gotta say, it's not very satisfying to do a trade run. That has been my experience so far. Alright, we're shooting. We're shooting. Did you level? +1 ranged attack range. We'll almost have splash damage. Stream schedule. No. We don't schedule streams here. We do them based on vibes. You're either here when you're here or you're not. Or you miss it. I don't do a schedule. I tried to do a schedule once. Nearly killed me. Schedule killed my paternal great grandfather. And that trauma has echoed down the ages. Alright, let's settle a settler right here. I have 3 settlements on Tundra. Great. You don't patch a cutie. I will denounce you. I want a fishing key. So I'll get the fishing key plus the harbor plus the... I guess if we go granary into observatory, that's pretty good. That's plus 8. And we'll get this golden resource. Put you in there. You've leveled up. Let's not go for more bombardment. Can move after unpacking is really good. Yeah, stronger against naval. +3 combat strength for naval units. First strike, +5 combat strength when at full health. Command radius, movement. Heroic assault. I think we go for valor. Second move. I'll take bombardment on you as well. I'm starting to see the value of privateers for like messing with people. My poor swordsman is dying. That's fine. Okay, there's imperialism, so we get food from specialists. I don't think we want food. Trade income is cool. Settlement limit. I do like the science on trade routes, but the problem is my trade routes keep getting crushed. In theory, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trade routes. That's like 16 science. Doesn't feel like a lot. I'll place a specialist. God, this is just so... There's no need. There's no need to show me the base yield of my specialists. Show me the extra. Show me what I'm getting from the placing them here. There should be 2 numbers. It's like, this is what you will get from your specialist because he's a specialist, and then just show me what's on the tile. Okay. 2 science, 1 science, 2 science. What, like, why don't I have a filter for just... I care about science yield. Click. Here's your science filter. Where's my science yield filter? For God's sake. Let's grab social class for the settlement limit. No, let's grab society for the settlement limit. Too much data. It's too much. Who designed that screen? Who designed that UX? I want to give them a pat on the back for actually making me mad every time I interact with it. It's like incredible. They should be so proud of themselves because they did a great job. If their goal was to make me furious, they nailed it. Wait, do we have the splash damage yet? No, we don't have the splash damage yet. Okay. Upgrade you. There's a kill. Beautiful. But it's not showing what... But it is... Isn't it showing what yield? Yes, it is showing it. But the problem is, it's a fucking shotgun blast of yields rather than, like, allowing me to filter. I have to, like, mentally figure out how to read the screen each time I open it rather than allowing me to filter. Like, oh, hey, I want to filter tiles. I will show me the ones with the highest science. Instead, I have to look around and pixel hunt for the science symbol with the highest number underneath it. And it's like, just give me the information in a clear, concise way, in a way that I can filter to my needs. Or I'm going to get mad. Rage bait master position no longer hiring in Firaxis. They don't need that position anymore because the job is done. Like, nobody can ever beat the guy who designed the UI on this game. You're never gonna beat him. He's on a different level, man. Alright, let's grow to this nice tile here. 3 food, 3 production seems good. Merchant. No use for you at the moment. Shoot that guy. Okay. You have nothing in range. I think we'll just blast kind of semi at random. Don't let this army commander come in, though. Close to a level up? Yeah, next turn we'll get the level up, which would be good for the splash damage. Build some fortifications here to defend better. Upgrade you to a crossbow. When talking about UI in this game, UI stands for utterly incomprehensible. True. I'm truing. He's one tap. He's one tap. The UI just closed the window on him. He's ready. He's about to drop a gamer word. Mission accomplished. Any +2s in chat? Alright, so Pavilion has been completed. I don't want to build a menagerie. I'm going to do a research initiative because I do want to get to some of these late game techs a little bit quicker. I would love to build the Pavilion in Horiong because +1 happiness for quarters is really strong. I will crack the Pavilion right there. Commander, Merchant, no use. This, I should be able to shoot with you. That will level up this commander, this naval commander, and then I can get the +5 combat strength, order promotion, and the splash damage. Oh, sweet, an End of Legend stream. I am a troll. Oh, well. You're a goddamn good troll, that's what I'll tell you. The best trolls identify themselves. Identify yourself.
I'm a troll.
How is my troll accent? I'm about to go exploration on his ass. Alright, we got the splash damage ability and the +5 combat strength here. Go medieval on his butt. Where's my continent map mode? Ooh, this could have been a hub town. It could be a hub town. It has no connections. You know what? A merchant in Joseon could be quite useful. Put the fork in the garbage disposal. Bling, 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 bling. All right, splash damage. Look at this. Jablinsk. Jables. Jablue Sky. Honestly, it wasn't that. It was pretty impressive. Right, chat? Chat? Any plus twos? Minus ones? Was that impressive? Did you guys see my splash damage? Please say yes. Better than not having it. Depends on the thing, right? Missed it. Can you do it? Chat, get him. Take him out. Oh no! A trebuchet. Another one that gets me, they made such a big deal about it. Navigable rivers have practically zero uses of it, no dams. That's kind of true, actually. They made navigable rivers like this is a really cool mechanic, and then they got rid of all the things that interacted with rivers. So here's +1 settlement limit on society, 2 electric glue. We get the Reiki Holt, but mostly we got this for the settlement limit so that we could expand and attack people. All right, here comes big splash damage. They call me Mr. Big Splash because my poos are big. All right, we kill people. We get science when we kill people, which is nice. Kind of feels like an integral part of the civilization, honestly. Keep on running. You caught that one, thanks. Why would you be catching them? What the hell? Let's go for a social class. Research initiative, I think, is the right goal here. I don't know if we want to plug anything in here. That's fine. Carrick. I want to declare war on Napoleon. If I were to declare war, I would be at -4. Unacceptable. What I need are probably some privateers to engage in secret combat.
What's jablin' Jables? Oh, he hit me in my J-balls.
Since you get science for killing, you'd be crazy with Trung Track as leader if that would just be redundant. I'm not entirely sure. What does Trung Track actually do? She doesn't even go here. Age transitions. +10 science in cities with tropical. Are you Jack Black? Did I catch a Blackjack stream? I'm so happy. I would like to build a road to Pyongyang. Skadunch. I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to say improve our trade relations. Let's trade with Kabul. Can you go to Kabul? You want to move? Thank you. The giblets.
She hit me in my giblets.
In my giblets. Whoa. Whoa, don't say that. Have 3 different religions in your settlements. Okay, cool. +4 and half settlements not following your religion. Unlocks religious tolerance crisis. Unhappy settlements following other players' religions can go into unrest. Religious zeal. I'll say all faiths must be accepted. Respond to diplomatic thing. Local festival, thanks. We need to kill the trebuchet as a priority target. because it's the one that can damage the boats and stuff. So we're going to splash damage it. It is now dead. We're going to kill this unit too. Beautiful. Kill you. Soften them up.
Hey, soften him up.
+8 in settlements that do not follow your religion. Perfect. I need this guy to hate me more. Hate, 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 hate me more. I could declare war on Pachachudi sooner. Yeah, I'm going to declare a surprise war in Pachachudi. I'll go to neutral support because I want to take Victos. If he has any allies, that'll be good. You did bajillion Civ 7 videos of all the things I want to try, since I'm too bad at the game to try them myself. Well, you're in luck, because... yeah. Maybe. What's Jabelin? So I would like to create a settlement link here because that'll be worth a click of influence. Oh! I'm being attacked! Help! 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 I'm being attacked! Help! In a video game! Potato Whiskey isn't there yet. Worth buying, like how 6 took a bit before it got really good. 6 was good from launch. You fucking take that back. I'm tired of people besmirching 6. 6 was good on launch. I don't care what anyone said. People cried about the graphics, but it was a great game. Civ 7, I would be real with you, it kind of sucked on launch mostly due to the UI. Civ 6 was extremely playable on launch. +2 science on science buildings should potentially be at like +2 science per city. This is +3 science per city though, which feels better. I'm going to take the science and science buildings and hope that that works out. Oh, 5 city-states reasons. Alright, keep cranking out those research initiatives. We are suffering war weariness. Pachacudi has tapped us, double tapped us for war weariness, so we'll double tap him back. Pop, pop! I should just play... This game is a war game. I don't know why I try to play it any other way. It's just so obviously a war game. Shoot here. Shoot there, get that kill. Beautiful. Shoot there, get that kill. Shoot there, get that kill. Shoot over here. This guy leveled up. I would like to see leadership. Focus fire is cool. Half reciprocal damage when flanking. +3 combat strength when defending. I think the extra 5 combat strength when at full health would be good, so I'll go for right side engagement. Civ 7 was downright unplayable on launch, in my opinion. There was so much wrong with it. It's way more playable now. I don't want to trade with Ahmadabad, although that is a good city to trade with. I want to trade with Kabul. People hated Civ. People hated that Civ 6 wasn't exactly like Civ 5. That is true. But that is not the exact same reason that people complain about Civ 7, Smarty Ivanusa. People complain about Civ 7 because the game genuinely has a quality problem that is, in my opinion, stems from, first of all, an expectations communication issue. They didn't explain to the players what they were doing and why they were doing it very well. Second of all, it was treating the development of the game like a AAA game. And then also Marvel Midnight Suns didn't help. If we're going to be, you know, labeling the series of issues, Marvel Midnight Suns bombing probably didn't help the development of Civ 7, because that would have triggered a whole shift of management resources, etc., etc., etc. I mean, like, the day that Jake Solomon resigned, and, you know, I think that's a sort of situation where if you read between the lines, very unfortunate that two guys, I can't remember what position he was in, but two guys who were like incredibly passionate people who made a really great game. They made a fantastic game, but effectively they put their heads on the chopping block by like going all in on a thing that didn't work out. It meant that they resigned, but it very much felt like, from an outside perspective, that it was like they had to resign. Is kind of how it felt. And then there was layoffs. It was rough. But Marvel Midnight Suns is one of the best superhero games, strategy games ever made. And it's sad that people didn't give it a chance. It's sad that it didn't take off. Day one launch content DLC. I mean, that's probably a little bit of stakeholders like trying to recover financially from the unfortunate bombing of Marvel Midnight Suns, which sucks. But like, you know, when one of your cash cows dies, like, what do? You try to squeeze the other one, and that's just like, you know, it's an unfortunate reality of it's. Everyone in the process can like be intending, okay, we're not going to squeeze it out, but then that pressure comes in, and it's like they don't mean to do it, but it's what ends up happening, even though people are trying not to do it. You know, where you end up squeezing, even though you're trying not to. And now this is, again, I just want to be very clear. I don't have like inside info. This is me just like from the outside perspective, looking in. That's what it feels like happened. Because I remember the day that Civilization 7's development was announced was the day that Jake Solomon, not Jason Solomon, Jake Solomon and, God, the other guy whose name I forget, they announced their resignation from Firaxis Games. And like, it just feels like those two things were very related. It was like, it felt very much like a pivot. Civ Kevin. Very true, Daltos. Are there mods you suggest that makes Civ 7 a worthwhile purchase on a budget? I think Civ 7 is a worthwhile purchase on its own merits. I don't think you need mods to make the game worth buying. But I think at what price point and what you're looking for a game starts to come into the equation when you're thinking about making a purchase. Civ 6 had day one DLC too? I don't remember that. It probably did.
Since words are not
Okay, so there's the Brihadaswara Temple. Right, we got the Research Institute. I'm going to do another research initiative. And I don't have any alliances, so I'm not going to bother with that. Plugging in the alliance card. I will try to bombard this Mamluk away from my city. Because we love experience. We get gold from gathering experience on our great general, on our great naval commanders. But we also get science when we kill things with boats. I would love to send a trade route here, but I can't. God, I don't like that you have to do a diplomatic initiative to get a trade route with someone. That's something... everything in Civ 7 feels very restrictive. In very decisive ways, but I almost prefer, like, soft limits. Alright, we're bombarding the hell out of this city. It's basically dead. Shoot this guy. Yeah. Montezuma. Montezuma D's. He's zooming my mods. Mods? Do you think the AI will ever use commanders with passing competency, or is that incapacity becoming solidified in the design space? I think the reality is 1 unit per tile is just a really complicated decision space that no matter what AI you design, unless it's like quite literally on a similar level of its human intelligence, it's going to be difficult. Although I have heard that the AI does perform reasonably well with the thingies compared to certain AIs. I don't know. Designing an AI is really difficult, especially if you're trying to design an AI that replicates a player. Production towards buildings would be nice. I would like the golden happiness maintenance. That'd be nice. I don't think it's super good on this Civ in particular. He's mad about me having mountains. Okay, whatever, dude. I don't even have that many mountains. I could go kill Tabriz. But I want to be at peace. Can I pay him off? And then I'll reconcile with him. I don't want to be at war. The game keeps forcing me into wars, and I want to be chill, dude. I'm trying to chill. The AI keeps harshing my buzz. I would like the wharf. I'm just going to buy a bunch of buildings in here. The sawmill would be cool. I'll put a kiln right here that's +2 adjacency up there. Then I'm going to grab a stone cutter. I'll put it right there, just spreading stuff out. Then we don't have any money. That's cool. All right, we're spinning up the old trade routes on Rome again. Where am I on the economic victory points? So yeah, we have climbed pretty significantly, which is nice. Alright, we're blowing this up. This is mine. My city. I'll keep it because I'm cool like that. Napoleon, how do you still like me? Okay, I can denounce him again next turn. Leader agenda. War against mutual enemy. Borders touching. Having only played Civ 6, this looks so alien to me. Me too, bro. Me too. You know what else looks alien to me? Ya mom! I might just go fight Pachacuti more. Himiko. No! Himiko! We're supposed to be friends! Is Civ 7 worth buying? It's so much more complicated. Yeah, spend your money. But before you do that, send me $60 for giving you advice. Can I have $5,000? I have a job for you. What do you need 5K for? If it's a boob job, I'm in. I've heard, I remember reading a story about a guy who, he was like a gambler, and his friends like bet him he wouldn't get a boob job, and he got it. And he said he regretted it because he had back pain now. I always thought that was kind of a funny story. That was the guy who went on the Man Show with Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla. I'm not doing that stuff you make me do. The guy was trans, went full trans after the boob job. Oh, because the thing I remember watching, he wasn't trans. He was just a dude who got a boob job.
Like a small city.
Is Civ 7 very different to Civ 6? There's similarities and there's differences. So Urban Plan will give us extra specialist limit. We will be able to build a bank, which is nice because it's +2 gold on quarters, which should be pretty good, you know. I mean, golden quarters, that sounds amazing. Hospital, ooh, growth rate would have been nice, but unfortunately we won't be able to really benefit from that. I will grab Han Seong, and I'm going to go ahead and build a bank here that's 24 gold per turn. That's beautiful. Stop trying to be friends with me, Napoleon. I want to kill you. Alright, well, we're killing all this. My name is Theodore. I'm a Roosevelt. If you like democracy, then you know how I felt. I carry a big stick, but it's not in my hand. That's right. When I was born, the doctor said, "God damn, that's a man." Hung like a noose. I gotta keep my pants loose. I'm Theodore Roosevelt with my big hug. Sorry. I fucking don't know where I come on. I don't know why. Listen. I don't know how to explain what just happened. Ostia will get me a camel. Yes, camel me up. Double camel me up. Impressed? Did you come up with that off the cuff? Yeah, that was just me riffing. What, did you think I was spiffing? Does the original continent look like Florida to anyone else? Is it because of all the elephants and gators? Heiju. Me when I'm a far right Twitter account. So Heiju, I can build a rural tile. Okay, we'll put that there. I do not want to lose culture. I would like to build the bank. I have a +3 bank right here. Dongne. Any Dongnays in the chat? Oh, I can pillage. I can pillage. God, who? Why didn't you guys tell me war is so profitable? Now I know why they buy drone factories. This is awesome. What would you say is the best character to play in both Civ 6 and Civ 7? Well, it really depends on what you want to do. Probably the Roman ones though, because those are like pretty default. So Trajan in Civ 6 is very straightforward, and Augustus in Civ 7 is also quite straightforward. So both of those are good. Always Portugal. I don't even know if Portugal's in this game, brother. Always Portugal. Ignore him. Wow, I think we spotted the Portuguese guy. Get a load of the Portuguese! So I want to fight in Great Admiral range, so I'll move some Great Admirals over here. I want to kill the Carrack, because the Carracks are the real threats to us. We'll move you up. You should be able to shoot this Warakak. We'll bring the Carrack up, and we'll shoot there. We'll bring you up, and we'll shoot there. Nice big splash damage. Splash damage that army commander, taking out his units. Beautiful. You need your 75 gold trade routes. Dude, those trade routes in Portugal are nice, I will say that. Regarding modern AAA development, this video does a great job of explaining the steps it makes to add a bag of chips to an AA game. The other thing is, sometimes what happens is if you go rogue and you try to do something on your own in like a software development company, you don't get praised. You get questioned. It's like, well, did this affect your other assignments? Your assigned workload. We really appreciate the enthusiasm. We really appreciate your passion for this project. But I think it's very important that we follow the, the procedure for how features are added to the game. And so while your work has been super valued, and we really appreciate this feature that you developed, unfortunately, I don't think that we can get it approved and put into the game. And I think things would just work better if you really focused on, working within the confines of the organizational structure. Because, and look, I know your heart was in the right place, but unfortunately you've created work for other people, and like nobody blames you for this because we know your heart was in the right place. But it is important for us as an organization to continue working together, that we need to make sure that we're all we're all rowing in the same direction. Can you say something like a HR person? I'm not very good at HR speak because I've never worked in HR.
When monks are righteous,
I can say something that will get me pulled up to HR.
Brahmins and householders
I would actually like science with specialists. That would actually be really, really useful. More useful than gold from specialists, I think. Does Potato have HR or managerial experience? No, I just talk a lot for a living. And I can inhabit different characters using my theory of mind. All right, let's go for sovereignty because we want settlement limit. I will take the food and happiness discount on specialists. I will also add... I could add back in gold from specialists. Like, that's not bad. Yikes. Why the yikes? Right, research initiative. We just want to get as much science as we can because we're a little bit behind on yields. The mind is just in a game theory. Pillage this trader. Ruin her day. The government policy page. I mean, what, you don't love unnecessary scroll bars when we had in Civ 6 that you could fit all of this information on a quarter of the screen the size? I mean, come on. You don't like the unnecessary scroll bars in my Claude generated UI? Oh, kill that traitor. That's slander. I don't know if they used Claude, but it was probably developed before AI was a big thing. They probably don't use AI. But what I will say is if you go into Claude or some AI program and you say, hey, could you develop me a modern looking UI using best practices? It'll make something that looks like a mobile game. kind of. Listen, I'm being overly mean. I went too far there, and I'm sorry. Don't think, yeah, no, Claude wasn't usable. I'm giving him a hard time. That's all I'm doing. I'm giving him a hard time and I'm being mean. And I acknowledge that. But that's the power, that's like the, not power, that's the beauty of, like, I don't, you know, I can say, I can be mean. But it's also partially because it's coming from a place of love. Like, I know they're better. I know they're capable of better than this. Right, we got... You love the different promotions for units? What promotions? Units can't promote in this game. Do you mean the army commanders? I miss units promoting. It was kind of fun to have like a unit that had leveled up throughout the ages. I mean, army commanders are better, I think, just like from an objective game design point of view, I do think that they are better. But I do miss units being able to level up on their own merits. That was really fun for me. Ooh, another trade route I can plunder. Plunder! Get plundered. Bombard. Let's move forward a scooch. We're skedoodling forward. I'm gonna settle a city here just to be super annoying. Okay, first of all, kill him. Then shoot here. Ooh, we have a couple of boats that we need to bombard. We don't want them to reciprocal damage. So that one is now dead, I think. Can you... No, you cannot promote. You, though, you should be able to give this unit an extra action, and then they can move on. Wait till you see Sengoku Japan. What's Sengoku Japan? +1 influence, +3 culture, +3 science for every armored commander XP earned in combat. Ooh, cool. Culture buildings no longer receive adjacency with mountain. Science buildings no longer receive adjacency with resources. Huh. Interesting. We must explore this possibility. Let me shoot here. And then I'll shoot here. And then I'll shoot there again. And then we'll shoot the catapult. I'm going to step here and hopefully pick up a heal. Take 50 damage. That's the opposite of a heal. A hospital wouldn't be terrible in here. The growth is nice, so I will build the hospital. It'll take 5 turns. +8 science on this tile is great. I've got 9,000 gold. What the hell am I doing? It's not the same, but the samurais can tear up them killing... Ooh, it's not the same. I was exaggerating. Ah, that's kind of cool, though, that the units can tear up. Sometimes I tear up when I see your mom. She's just so beautiful. All right, wharf. I think it would be good to build a hospital. Let's get the inn as well. I'm just like going all out. He's about to go full. He's about to go full force. I'll build an inn. I'll build a little sawmill. Don't let that treasure escape. Oh, I can steal treasure. I forgot about that. Where are we on the economic side of things? We're definitely winning, but we're not like... We're not climbing super hard, but we are winning. Majables. Oh man, he hit me in Majables. I'm going to settle here to be really annoying. I'll buy some walls in here too. Let's see. Mystery must be solved. I'll take the science. Culture. Kultur. Damn, I did not think it would take me 4.5 hours to finish an exploration game. New victory tier, crushing victory. Okay, okay, okay. 22,000 economic points. That's a little bit more doable. Right, the crisis is getting stronger. Research initiative in the capital. Do another research initiative. Unguarded, that's fine. I'm going to buy the medieval walls. And the fishing key with the harbor. +4 distant land settlements, that's fine. We'll take that, I don't care necessarily. Kind of just trying to burn through things. At this point, I just want to be out. I'm done. I'm checked out of the age. The age is over. Nothing I do matters. Rubber. Alright, let's bombard that catapult. We'll hit the Warakak. You're going to fall back for healing. I'm going to scooch you forward for scout info. Scooch forward both of these guys. And then we can start splash damaging in the city here. We are looking for experience because we love killing things. I'll go for engagement here so that naval units are stronger with attacking naval units. Great. Then you're going to chill. Napoleon, more like. I should kill him. I should take 2 of these cities. I might revert back to trying to take these so I could control this island.
This island, it's mine. 1, 2, 3.
Because if we went and settled a little Jablusker right there, you know, that's our city. So I am going to go ahead and denounce Napoleon again.
The city is like a great house, and the house.
Okay, so we have the ability to discover calculus, which we are going to do, because the scientific attribute point would be really useful. So we'll queue that up. In terms of technology, the heliocentric model would be good. Feudalism 2 would actually be really good for food. I'm going to make you into a trading outpost, I think, which will let me buy the bazaar and the bank. So that'll get me a little bit of GDP. I didn't know that I needed to do that. I needed to settle. If I had known about that, like you needed to settle internationally, I would have played this age so differently. I would have totally rushed settling to get as much GDP as possible. Is the new DLC good? I don't know. It's okay. Alright, we bombard this guy. We bombard this guy. We bombard this guy. I'll bring you back in. You've nothing in range. What about you? Yeah, we want to shoot this Carrack if we can. It's always worth killing enemy units. Worth experience and science and gold. One thing I don't play well is knowing when to convert a town to a specialty because I'm afraid of halting growth prematurely. I think it's not even that deep, dude. I actually don't think it matters that much to halt growth.
The king established all his knights.
Don't be afraid. I really don't think it's a big deal to halt growth in a city. Yeah, I think we'll put this in the Kothon because it's worth a lot of production. Is GDP a new game mechanic? Is it what you're calling gold per turn? So there's gold per turn and there's GDP. GDP is the victory condition that you, the victory resource that you require to accumulate to win a economic victory. GDP is accumulated from building gold buildings of the appropriate age, by slotting in resources into your cities, by importing resources and slotting them into your cities, not towns. Treasure convoys, factory resources, all sorts of stuff give you GDP. Boom. Choose a technology. I would like to see, this would give innovation, relic. I'm just going to click on future tech and forget it because I think at this point it doesn't matter. Similarly, I'm going to go for future civic. I would like to try to end the age sooner. I don't need either of these things, so I'm not going to plug them in. I don't need to explain why. They just don't really... They're just very weak and they don't do much for me. But we should be able to end the game sooner. You have leveled up. I will take the engagement promotion on you, which is beautiful. I'm going to put all my units to sleep, so I don't have to micromanage them anymore. Honestly, just being at war with another player is sometimes easier than trying to be friends with them. Just like, as long as we don't have negative war exhaustion, I think we're fine. Is this the end or just... This is the end of an age. The end of an era. You know, you could say that our age of bronze is ending. No, I didn't say that, but you could say it. I don't want to lose 10% of my gold. You absolute bellend. What hotkey did I assign to going into alert mode? V. Okay, just putting a lot of my units onto alert. Now here we're not going to be putting them onto alert because we still have stuff to kill. So I definitely want to kill this Carrick. Alright, that's one down. One of these guys leveled up. I think it was you? No. But you should have your wakey uppy ability available, so we will wake this guy up. This fleet commander leveled up. No? Wait, am I dumb? It was you that leveled. I think ship's tender would be nice for healing in enemy and neutral territory, so I'll go for +1 gold for stationed units. Alright, we'll kill this. I'm a little bit worried about you, so I'll pull you back to a safe distance. Then we'll shoot here. And then we'll shoot there. Beautiful. Su 1 or Su 2, depending. Heiju should be not a resort town, it should be a trading outpost. And I would like to build the gold buildings. Okay, nice. We got a good bank right there. Beautiful. I would like the guild hall and the bazaar. So that's going to be 6 GDP per turn from that place for the last few turns of the age, which isn't bad. We got the hospital in here. I think we just queue up research initiatives. I'll assign some fish as a resource, but the age of exploration is coming to a close, so there's not much that we really need to think about or worry or do. Take a couple of shots here, just mostly for the gold. Because we get gold from experience. You heal. I'll bring my ship back to heal as well. Nah, I didn't bother attacking Ada Lovelace. She scorched her own empire into the ground by declaring war on me, so like, you know, why would I make a move when my enemies made a mistake? Yeah, I do like the idea of stacking onto the Kothon here. That's like a crazy yield. She's a message. She loves my influence. Thank you, my lady. In fact, here you go. Here's a military aid. Let me swap you two. I'll move you up a tile, move you up a tile. We have a little bit of work to do. The good news is we do have splash damage, which makes our attacks like incredibly efficient. Cheongju is under attack.
Of gold, a son of
Okay, we have access to the metallurgist. I don't think I'm going to bother building that. I think we want to blast the armorer. Not the armorer, sorry. We want to blast the knight. Coming into Victos, we'll continue to grow. I've got a leader attribute available. This is a scientific. I think we go for the gold and happiness maintenance, which is really nice. Probably the science from resources would have been better. Medieval walls, I don't think we need to do. This calculus has been discovered. Medieval bridge? Nah. Just keep doing research initiatives until the age ends. It would be nice to hit future tech if we could. If we can't, it's no big deal. Go ahead and shoot there to kill the Warakak. I'm going to kill the district defenses first. I'm clicking, but nothing's happening. That's infuriating. Should kill this knight pretty easily. Fall back a little bit. Yeah, I decided to attack the Inca. Napoleon still kind of likes me. Alright, you shoot that catapult. Come forward here, reposition my army commander so we can attack this Carrick. Alright, Carrick is dead. We can shoot the knights. I'll reposition my army commander so that the adjacency of certain abilities is correct. Perfect. Move you there. That'll give this guy range as well. Huge damage, double kill, bunch of science. And, oh, hello. Got some bad guys coming in. This is what we love to see, however. I should probably use the mass attack command. It's fine. Fall back a tile. Yeah, you're fine right there. We'll go to the next turn. I have so much gold. So, Heiju is a trading post. Suwon could be a trading post. I think I will make it a trade post. Let's start by building the bank. I'll put the bank right there. We'll get the bazaar and the guild hall. Now we can start getting all the buildings like the kiln and the temple. Then we can get the brickyard and the saw pit. Beautiful. Slowly building up our GDP. Yeah, GDP is still climbing. We are 22% of the world's GDP. We need to get to 24,000 to win. We're making about 81 per turn, which isn't terrible, but it doesn't feel like super good either. Shoot the catapult for me, please. Shoot him and him. And again. And then you guys all chill for a turn. You chill for a turn, you're good. And we're chilling. I gotta say, Antiquity Age feels too short. Exploration Age feels too long sometimes. I want cities. Give me a city. Let me view the map. Dude, I don't even see any cities. It's fine. I reject your peace deal because it's funnier for me to be at war with you. Alright, so I'm going to grab my army commander. I'm going to do the focus fire ability right here. Oh, yeah. Big damage. Kill that catapult because it's annoying. Make sure we kill you as well. Okay, this is going way longer than I had intended. But it's fine. Alright, we're attacking. Get your kills here. Kills here! Beautiful. Bunch of kills. All that experience is gold. In Suwon, I do want to get the sawmill and the stone cutter. Vitkos I would like to turn into a economic city too. So I need to grow it first. So I'll build a fishing quay with the harbor. I'll build a granary. Then I'll switch it to a trading outpost. I'll be able to get the bazaar and stuff. Enemy GDP. Get up. I'm gonna go to the next turn. Age progress. I'm progressing.
The bellows work.
Alright, we shoot. Tell these guys to sleep. I am looking forward to getting Future Civic because it gives you a random attribute point, which is very powerful. Retreat this guy, Future Civic. 10 turns until the age ends. It'd be sick if we could do another Future Civic. We won't be able to. We got an expansionist point, so 15% refund when specialist grown is really good. Narrative event plus 2 crisis policies. Yeah, I don't care that city is Chungisan. When you convert a settlement you own, get a migrant and damage 3 buildings. -4 in all settlements following your religion. That's great. Missionaries in your territory gain movement. That sounds great. Cool. Basically got to ignore the crisis, which is kind of fun. But not for you. Call a funbulance. But not for me. Alright, so in Vitkos, I can get a little bit of GDP out of building these gold buildings, so I will. Make sure we shoot with the boats for experience. Hi, Monkey Whisperer. Then we just need Ape Whisperer. And we've assembled the team. Is this just farming the enemy for experience? We're farming them for experience because we are SunSin and we get gold equal to the experience times 3 times the age. So we get 6 gold per experience, plus we get science equal to the enemy's combat strength when we defeat them. So we're just kind of just farming. If I'm going to be honest, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We're just farming them. Now, what we really need in chat is a potato whisperer. -2 food and happiness sounds good. I require some yields. Yields here. +2 food from specialist. Sounds good. You're laying the pavement for the future whisperers. Good man. Give that man a can of Coca-Cola. Alright, in Vitcost, we're going to buy a bank. Boom, we've got all of our gold buildings. I'll also buy an observatory, because that little bit of science yield will really help us out. God, I want this age to be over. Do you ever have that feeling when you're playing a game? Like, I mean, I'm having fun playing the game, but like, I'm no longer having... I just want it to be the next age. Because I feel like everything that I do is kind of pointless. She wants to peace out. That's not enough. You gotta give me, like, more. I reject your deal. Alright, one of my leaders leveled up. I will grab engagement and the command radius ability. That's fun. I'll grab a kiln and a brickyard and a saw pit. Okay, so that's this town developed for a GDP maximizing run. Gangyeong also needs to get some money in here. Fall back and heal, fall back and heal. You guys are chilling. The annoying thing for me, I should just piece her out. I'm going to piece her out. I think I'm going to piece out so that I can just like end turn until the next age. But we'll hit him with some big old splash damage. Okay, so now I don't have to fight her anymore. I guess I'll piece out the Inca. It's like, come on. These menus take too long, dude. Alright, gonna press the snooze button. Heal. Want all you guys to sleep in Cheongju. You want to be a trade outpost, sir. We'll buy our GDP buildings in here just for funsies. Warfare slows the game down so much. I think that's why I hate it so much. I like the snappy, quick feeling. Merchants that are unassigned actually carry over. That would be overpowered if that's true. Unless they accounted for it by increasing their cost. Nope, you're not reducing my science. He's mad about the fact that I don't have units. Do some more research initiatives. Any plans to play the upcoming game Corsair Cove? I would love to play it. It's a matter of finding time in my release schedule. No, you don't get to reduce my gold. No, you don't get to reduce my culture. Which gauge generals do you prefer in Civ 7 or Civ 7? I think the Civ 7 ones are really complicated, but they are better from a gameplay point of view. Like, it gives you a lot more player expression. I like how straightforward the Civ 6 ones are. I like the way the Civ 5 ones work. I think the Civ 5 ones were really cool. There was something very satisfying about thunking down a citadel in your friend's face. Alright, 2 turns until the age ends. I think I'll just spend my gold.
The real use of gunpowder.
In Gangneung. I'll build a bank. I know they don't carry over, but it's fine. Oh, 350 population. I never got the level 8 army commander, which sucks. But we should be done now. We do stand in a really good place from a GDP point of view, which makes me really happy. We have like really good GDP. Our GDP jumped at some point, and I'm not entirely sure why. But we're looking really healthy. We're up to 9,000, and we're making 94 per turn. I think in the next age we should be able to crank that up even higher. I actually don't think the Joseon Civ is very good at economic victory conditions, mainly because they are limited on their city capabilities. So we're at the age transition point, so this is going to be where I save. Age end, and if I have time to stream tomorrow, we will we'll get to see some fun. Now, who is streaming on the old Twitch? Twitch.tv.
That's awesome.
All 3 times?
Daltos is.
Maybe they really like you.
I don't know about that one. I think
Go
they
say
don't
hi
even
to
care about me.
Daltos.
It was because of Albeus.
Tell them we're
people
friends.
love Albeus.
Yeah.
Yes,
God,
yes,
who is
people
this?
love
Stop.
Albeus.
Mr. Rather?
Thread for spraying sunscreen.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It was.
Why? Okay. Why is that such a...
Okay. Maybe I'm just like, this is like a 9K viewer stream, but like that 15 seconds I just watched made me want to turn off Twitch. All right, here, go say hi to Daltos. Tell him you love him. I love you guys too. Bye!